Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SSL Gold Cup qualifying series. The first time ever that you will be seeing the Gold Cup, which is going to be live today here in Grandson, Switzerland. We are in the commentary booth, and sitting next to me is my co-commentator, Thomas. Thomas, hello, welcome. How are you?
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for inviting to this fantastic event. This is the Gold Cup qualifying series under the SSL brand, and I'm really amazed of being here because this is like football. Can you explain a little bit more about that, Jan?
Yeah, exactly. This is basically this is like the football World Cup, but within sailing. It's the first time ever in the world that we're seeing this sort of competition. We're going to be having 56 nations that are participating in this. This week we've got the round number 1 of the qualifying series. We've got 2 groups. We've got 8 teams. We have an exciting day that's going to get started right here.
Yeah, and it's going to be very exciting. We have been seeing the first races last night or yesterday, and there's going to be a lot of action in there. But what are we going to experience today, Jan?
We'll see. We'll see what's going on. We're expecting a little bit lighter breeze today, but before we get started about talking about everything that we want, we would like to show you guys a little bit about the racing schedule. Here we go. We've got today's racing schedule. As you see, we'll have Fleet 1 that will be racing, and then Fleet 2 will be doing 2 races, and then we'll go back with Fleet 1. So in Fleet 1, we have Antigua, Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and Tahiti, and in Group 2, Belgium, Estonia, Ireland, and Serbia. The daily schedule for today, there you go. We've got all the races that we just spoke about. Yeah. And here's the match board. This is what will be going on. This is the qualifying series. As you see, we are in qualifying series round 1 on the very left-hand side of your screen. So those are our teams that we have here this week. And round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5 will be coming up in the upcoming weeks.
And how does this work, Jan? They are qualifying like a group in football here, going into the next round. So what are they fighting for? Is it all about winning, or is the first and second going to the next round, or what's happening here?
Yeah, that's right. First and second will be going to the next round. First and second of group number 1 and of group number 2. And as we see on the next slide that will be coming up, we will be seeing right here the 30 seconds of final. So this qualifying series, as you see right here on the left, we've got 4 boxes that are now empty. Those boxes will be filled by the end of the summer. And then we will be going on to the finals, the 16th of finals, 8th of finals, quarterfinals, etc., etc., etc. As you can tell right now, we do have some teams that are already qualified, and we'll get into that a little bit later, but they have been qualified through the SSL World Ranking.
Wow. This is going to be amazing. It's the first time I'm going to commentate sailing in the same way as football. And Jan, I know you are a very skilled sailor and you know a lot about sailing. And some of you out there might have seen me before. And those who see me before know I'm actually coming from this virtual sailing world. So today we are bridging those two and really going into this fantastic event.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to have you commentate coming from the e-sailing side of sailing. I spend a lot of time on the water. It's pretty much what I do. Commentating is sort of a side gig, and it's great to be here. We love to do it, and we're just very, very excited to be able to speak about the SSL, the Gold Cup, and this brand new event, the Sailing Football World Cup.
Yeah, it's amazing because when we talk with the sailors out there, they are so proud of representing their nations. It's their nations they're fighting for. They're not fighting for themselves, and that's going to be great. And I'm really looking forward to see how they will fight on the water. And we saw some of the races last night or yesterday, how they really was ashamed, or I don't say ashamed, but they really felt sorry of not performing in the same level as they would like to do.
It's tough. It's tough. You know, they're all sailing on exactly the same boat, the SSL 47, and this is the first time some of these teams sail together. Let's talk a little bit about the race course, and we have a little animation for you here. Here we go. So basically, this is what we're getting. We're seeing here that the boat has already rounded the windward mark. It's going back down, going through a gate, and then goes back down to the finishing line. That can change. That can vary depending on the amount of wind. They can do more or less laps. This really depends on the race committee and what they decide. So we'll see exactly what happens. But that's the general idea of the race course.
So what we call a classic upwind downwind leg race in this virtual sailing world. You're going from the starting line to a top mark, around an offset mark, and then we have a battle downwind with spinners coming up in there and a lot of wind shadow, and rounding that gate mark and then going upwind and then the race towards the finish line.
That's right. It should be very exciting. That we should see a lot of rebound. I think you'll be able to see a lot of comparisons to the e-sailing. Let's talk a little bit now about the teams that are going to be out there. Let's have a small team comparison. Here we go. So we have Team Antigua. These are going to be the first guys that are sailing out there. Their ranking is number 70, and so far they have won one race here. They're called the Rum Runners. Sailing against them in the same series as Bermuda, the Privateers. They're ranked 49th in the SSL ranking, and they have not yet had a point in this series. Following with them is Puerto Rico, Los Boricuas, the SSL ranking 52nd. They've won one race so far. And we have Tahiti, which is ranked in 72nd place, and they haven't won yet a title yet. And you see the names of the captains underneath them. So Antigua, we have Shannon Falcone. Bermuda, we have Rocco Evans. Puerto Rico, we have Raul Rios, and Tahiti, we have Teva Pichard. And these are the teams that we will be seeing out in the water right now.
And it's going to be quite fun to see these races today, because these teams are not known for doing these big boat sailings here, because a lot of the crew members has been collected by this team captain. And it's important to say that some of them have been practicing a lot, and today it's going to be fun to see, because last night yesterday we had a lot of wind. Today we're going into lighter wind, and when we're going into this lighter wind condition, all parameter change once again.
Yeah, it's the same boat, but it changes so much, and they have had, all the teams have been able to come over here, here in Switzerland, and to practice on the SSL 47s, which are very specific boats, and but they have been practicing in rather light winds. I mean, yesterday we were seeing gusting up to 33 knots.
Wow.
So that was a lot of wind. Had a couple breakages. We had a lot of action. There were a whole bunch of things that happened yesterday already. But today it'll be another game. Today is going to be a little bit lighter. The wind currently is coming out of the north. Yesterday it was coming out of the west. It should be very different. It should be very exciting.
Yeah, but also the reason why we have these qualifying stages is because some of the teams already pre-qualified. We saw Denmark is coming in a very later stage. I just saw the flags in there, and it's because they have some more routines and some more points on the ranking list. But also here, these teams are fighting to go into the next round, and they have been having practices. All teams have been having practices, but in different conditions, because it's the condition they are when they are here. And most of the teams, when we're talking with the team captains, are saying, we love the light wind, that's what we've been practicing, because yesterday they've really had a hard time because of the very hard breeze, especially when they were jibing.
Yeah, everything gets harder when you have more wind. So for sure, they were struggling yesterday. They should be a little bit easier today. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. We'll see how it matches up. And speaking of seeing what's going on, let's get into the squad and take a look a little bit at the Antigua squad right here. So as we said, we know we had Shannon Falcone, which is the team captain, and then we'll have Rocco Falcone, which we might hear a little bit later. Jalise Gordon, these guys, these two are the hotshots for this team. That means really they're the ones with the best score, with Jalise that was recently in Tokyo and in the laser class at the Olympics.
Yeah, and quite fun. I had a small talk with them yesterday, and these guys here, they know each other quite well. They have been practicing and sailing together for ages. Since they were kids, they have been sailing together, so they know each other quite well. They have a very good team effort, a very good team spirit, and you can also see when they're practicing or preparing yesterday while waiting, going to the waters, they were playing table tennis and basketball and having fun together.
Yeah, perfect. And they are having fun together. And let's listen to Rocco Falcone, which is one of the hotshots on Team Antigua, Bermuda.
How do you see today's race? Conditions totally different. A set of mind. How is it? How do you get prepared to this race?
Yeah, so today's going to be a little more different. I think it's going to be a lot about keeping the weight together, keeping the guys a little bit more chilled out than yesterday. Going to be a little slower, so movement in the boat is going to be key today. And I think just playing the shifts and sticking with the right wind, and I think we'll do good.
What are the objectives? I guess one of the top two places, but more than that?
Yeah, I think the objective for today is kind of just try to keep as many boats behind, not have any mistakes. I think for us, we need to work on starts a little better. And I think today we're going to really try to have a good start and try keep ahead of the fleet.
Thank you very much, Rocco.
Thank you.
Welcome back. There we go. That was Rocco Falcone with a little bit of inside information. This was an interview that was just done a couple hours ago this morning as we were waiting for the wind to come in.
Yeah. And can you see it in the eyes, the proudness of representing his country? It's amazing. Amazing. I love this format that way.
Let's continue on with the team lineup from Bermuda. Here we go, team lineup from Bermuda. We have as a captain Raquel Evans. Sorry about that. We have a tactician as one of the hot shots, Jesse Kirkland. And we also have Penny Clark, which is one of the hot shots. So we've got some beautiful members, as well as we cannot forget Emily Nagel, who did a great job winning in big boats, and she's been sailing as a Volvo Ocean Race as well. Yeah. So we've got some really very good sailors on Team Bermuda.
Yeah, I really love the team here. I had to speak with them yesterday, and Emily is special in the pit. She's going to do all the fighting in there with the sails and everything. And it's like an arena, because if you go down with the word pit, it's almost like that's where the fight is. I know there's tacticians and everything, but it's the pit, there's the fight. We saw that yesterday.
That is true. It is the pit, and it will be an arena today for sure. Speaking of an arena, one of the magic makers on the boat is the tactician, and we have Jesse Kirkland, which gave us a small interview this morning.
See today's race then.
Well, I'm not overly optimistic given the breeze is meant to be blowing from here right now. So lake sailing is tough business. Certainly not very dependable breeze on average. So, we're just hoping we can get racing and, get enough races to get back in this series.
And how the spirit? Still high?
Yeah, we feel very confident. We were in first and second in the first two races and just didn't finish what we started. So I think it's about, sticking to the processes and getting around the course clean, keeping all the boat handling sharp.
Thank you very much, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
It's amazing to hear him saying, hey, I'm not that optimist, but we need to fight us way back. They had quite a race yesterday where the spinnaker broken, man overboard. But when we were looking at the race, I was lucky to be on the water in that race. we saw how good they were in reading the wind and putting the real good angles in and capture that wind. And actually, in my opinion, they were the best sailors yesterday in doing the tactics.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today. Like we said, yesterday was quite a lot of wind, and as a matter of fact, let's go and talk right now a little bit with Mr. Kirkland. Mr. Kirkland here. Yeah, let's go talk with Mr. Kirkland as I read my notes. Okay. So it's not Mr. Kirkland. I'm sorry. No, we just showed Mr. Kirkland.
Yeah.
So we're into Puerto Rico now. We don't have a sailor for Puerto Rico.
No.
That's fine. We will be Let's talk about the next team that's will be coming on. We've got Team Tahiti. That will be coming on. Here we go with Team Puerto Rico right now.
They had a really hard time yesterday. They had a bad start and they were fighting back and they were fighting all the way. But again, still a good performance on the water. And who's the captain there on the team?
The captain of the team is Enrique Figueroa, and commonly known as Kike. The helmsman is Raul Rios, who apparently I am getting all caught up in my notes. Raul Rios is the captain. Enrique is the hotshot, and he's the main trimmer. I'm sorry about that.
So interesting how they will perform today. And when we saw them yesterday fighting this battle, we saw one of the things with all the teams actually, they had pretty hard time with the spinnaker, and every time they jibe, we almost have some very hard situations where, in my opinion, it looked like they were going to crash actually. But I heard it's quite normal with the spinnakers in hard wind when they're jibing to control it.
Yeah, what's difficult about the spinnaker is once you really, they're very big sails. They're very, very big sails, and as soon as you get those things powered up, if you're not in control at the helm, it's the spinnaker will be controlling your boat. So, with the amount of wind that we saw yesterday, it's a very fine line between glory and absolute destruction. And we, like you said, we saw that yesterday. We had men overboard. We had spinnakers that were breaking in half and things like that. So it will be action packed. It's a little bit lighter today, so we should be seeing a little bit more finesse.
Yeah.
And that'll definitely be very interesting to watch.
Yeah. And then we have the last team of today.
We do. We have the last team of today, which is Team Tahiti.
Yeah.
So Team Tahiti, we have as a team captain Teva Plichard, and we have two hot shots. We have our main trimmer Tom Lamotte and also bowman Jan Rigal. These are also all very experienced sailors on this team, some of them coming out of big boats, others coming out of smaller boats, Hobie Cats and such. So we do have a mixed team here with very little Olympic experience on this team.
But it's not the Olympic experience that's doing the difference here today. It's the tactics, it's the teamwork, and a little bit experience here. But again, there's nothing called luck because it's a one-design boat. So it's all about how they're controlling this boat, all of them.
It is, and sometimes these teams can just be, they. Like we said, there are no really big names on this team, and that might be actually their biggest advantage. Not being so well known, maybe they'll come back and have a little surprise for everybody. We do always expect the big names to be out in front, but you never know. They can sneak up from behind and take a wind. Absolutely anything's possible. Let's talk a little bit about the weather.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on out there. We can see the boats in the background there. We've got currently 4 knots, 75 degrees, sunny. That would be 26 degrees for the time being. I think 4 knots coming out of the northeast, which is completely different than what we had yesterday. Race committee is telling us that the breeze is light, but we should be able to get racing underway.
Yeah, and that's the fantastic about this big boat, the SSL 47. It can even race on the low wind pressure as we have here. We are saying around 6 knots. It's very good. So it's 4 knots now, but there's also the wind pressure coming in. There's coming breezes in, so that should push the boat away. Even it's big, it's heavy. Some of the sailors out there saying it's almost like sailing a dinghy.
Yeah, and you know what's impressive about these boats is that they're not going to be taking a reef. They're not going to be reefing their main, which means reefing a main means basically, you know, dropping the main down a little bit and not have it so tall. No, it's not about that. If they do that, they'll break the mast. So they keep the sails up, and it's all about tuning, and that's what allows them to really be able to sail between these low wind speeds and the very high wind speeds that we saw yesterday. They do change the forward sail so they can have a smaller jib or a bigger Genoa if they want to.
Yeah. So that was the 4 squats we're going to see today in the race number 1. It's going to be a blast, and I have to say, today it's going to be very tactical, very strategical because of the light wind. So what are we going to experience out there before they are going into the start? Because yesterday, when we talked with the sailors, it was all about having speed in the start. Again, today it's all about having speed, but at these light conditions, there might be a more fighting for that position and speed.
Yeah. The pre-start is going to be absolutely crucial today. If they don't place themselves well within the last minute of before the start, then it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And to be able to place yourself well in the last minute, you got to, you know, be tactical in the 2 to 3 minutes that are coming up. So the whole entire pre-start couple minutes that we're going to see are going to be crucial. We're going to be looking at that very, very carefully. But before we start to get out on the water, let us present to you the national anthems. And we will start with the national anthem of Antigua.
Bermuda, we thy sons and daughters stand, strong and firm in peace or danger, to safeguard our native land. We commit ourselves to building our true nation, brave and free, ever striving, ever seeking to dwell in love and unity.
Wow, see that proudness in the eyes and how they're standing there representing their nation.
Antigua, Barbuda, unbelievable. Yeah, you can really tell that they're proud. They're happy to be here, and they're happy to represent their country, their nation. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, it's very good. And who's coming up next?
So next we've got Bermuda, which let's listen to the national anthem of Bermuda.
See that focus, Jan? And actually also when you're meeting Bermuda, going around the perimeters here, they are really focused. They're really taking this serious. This is their chance to show the world what they can do for their nation.
For sure. And man, they look good. Those jerseys look good. I really like it. I like the pirate. I like the way it looks. You could definitely, they had that sort of pirate sort of, making they were ready for war. You could tell.
They are ready to go into this battle, especially in the pit today where Emily will be. She's one of the few pro ones on the team, so interesting what's going on there.
Yeah, it will be exciting to watch them and to see what's going on. She's used to that position. We don't talk a lot about that position. No. If everything goes well, then it's normal, and if something goes bad, it's always the pit. So it's a tough position to be playing, but I think that's the right person that's in there. So next team, let's continue on with Team Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, and I have to say, yesterday they surprised a little bit when we saw them racing, but it was really hard race for them yesterday because of the hard wind. They really had a hard time every time they were jibing, but reading the tactic when they're going upwind was one of their strongest sides yesterday. But see the proudness, see how they're representing their country, and let's hope and let's see them really give it a go on the waters today.
Yeah, it's like we said, yes, it's 2 different days. As a matter of fact, you know what Puerto Rico means in Spanish?
No, hit me.
It means rich harbor in Spanish. I'm not such a good Spanish speaker, but Puerto Rico, it means rich, and I think it's not just the harbor that's rich. I think it's the culture, the sailing culture. Puerto Rico is a nation which is an island which is surrounded by water and has many other little islands around it, and so going around with canoes back in the days and things like that was already something that they're used to and that they've been doing for generations and generations. So sailing runs deep in the blood of the Puerto Ricans, and they definitely were showing that yesterday, and it'll be exciting to see what they get, because coming from the Caribbean Sea, I guess it's not lake sailing, but they do see some very different conditions.
But yesterday it was almost like sailing on the oceans. It was big waves, it was a lot of wind, so it's interesting to see them to come into the lighter wind today here on the lake.
Yeah, exactly. With all that culture they have, yep. Let's continue on, and let's take a look at Tahiti.
And here we really see the difference of cultures, see how they are close to their heart and proud of representing their nation. So great job by Tahiti here. And you can almost see one of them had a small tear in the eye there, just of proudness of hearing the national anthem, standing on a boat and fighting here at the SSL Gold Cup.
Yeah, I mean it's a really big deal. You know, I was speaking yesterday to Tahiti, and you know they were telling us basically, you know, this is going to be the gate that opens up sailing in Tahiti when kids that are growing up over there and that, you know, they're only doing maybe a couple races. They're, you know, they were telling me a lot of things that they're sailing over there are basically Optimists, Sunfish, and Lasers. And they've got a couple local regattas. They have maybe one or two big regattas. And that's sort of all the visibility the kids are seeing for the time being. But now, I mean, look what's happening, Tahiti. This is your team. These guys are sailing right here. They're in Switzerland, and if you're good, I mean, you could be here. You could be invited to the next event. So this is really a big thing, and this is showing the world, and this is showing the kids all around the world that, you know, if you're good and you've got what it takes, you've got the willpower to continue sailing, you could be here. You could be here for the next event.
And now you're actually taking a little bit into how this team is collected, because it's the team captains that's been chosen, and they've been chosen from the SSL Global ranking, where they're getting points for the 6 last event they've been doing, and then the team captain is chosen from that ranking. And is that the best placed person from the country choosing? There's going to be the captain, or how is that working?
Yeah, generally, you know, that we choose the person which is the most well known, which is, you know, can carry the sport as far as we can, and then he decides who he goes around, and etc. But there are, you know, limitations. We do have to have a amount of females on the boat. We do have to have a certain amount of juniors that are coming up through the ranks, and you know, there's quite a few things to be able to choose. And speaking of the teams, let's go out onto the water, because we are not the only ones that are commentating. We also have Marco, which is out on the water, and he is our on-water reporter, and he's ready to tell us what's going on. He's out there on the boat. So Marco, can you hear us?
Yes, guys, loud and clear. How's it going?
Good. Very nice to see you. I tell it's very sunny out there, and it's looking a little bit calm. Why don't you let us know what you're seeing out on the water?
So obviously, picture perfect Switzerland here. Sun's out. The lake is slowly starting to kind of get moving. At the moment, we're looking at 4 knots from 65 degrees, so roughly northeast-ish. We're just waiting for the breeze to fill in. Race committee is out here trying to get the race course set for everybody. Teams are just out here and going over their game plan, their last few adjustments before our first start of the race.
And Marco, small question. I went to the water yesterday. What are the teams doing now out there? They're having a little bit fun, but they are testing things. Yesterday we could see they were testing the starting line, how fast they were going to the starting line, and the gate mark rounding. So what are they preparing now?
At the moment, none of them unfortunately have their jib up, so only mainsail. They're just cruising around here, the starting box, just getting a read on the starting line, on maybe if there's a favorable tack or not. And they're just probably just going through their starting plan, you know, how they want to approach the line, stay low, stay high, come in starboard tack, port tack, you know, all that tactical stuff that for sure gives you an advantage right off the start.
We see the race committee boat right there, just right behind you, with the AP flag, which is flying. And I saw a buoy that was hanging out behind them. Is the race course already set, or are they sort of still waiting a little bit on that wind to settle in?
So the wind is still a little bit shifty. They had set a race course a couple minutes ago, but now it seems to have shifted like 5 degrees. So we're still waiting here at the moment. The buoy you saw behind the race committee is actually the finish line, which will be positioned once the boats have started. Course is looking to be like roughly half a mile long, but it's still a work in progress, and we've got our wonderful race committee on it and getting the course set for us.
Well, that's great. I mean, that's wonderful, and it's just super to be able to look at you. There we go. We're on board now with the Puerto Ricans, and we see that the boat is a little bit moving, and we're just really taking in all this beautiful scenery here on Lake Neuchâtel. It really. Did you know that Lake Neuchâtel is actually the biggest lake in Switzerland that has no frontiers with any other countries?
Wow. That's amazing to hear. But the thing here I'm more looking into, if you look into the mountains and everything, that has a huge impact on what we're going to see today, these light winds. How does it work? Because I know you actually used to sail here on the lake. And when the wind is coming from the northeast, as it's doing now, are we going to expect something more coming in here for the teams that they need to prepare or look into?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've been sailing on this lake a little bit. I run a sailing school here, and one of the things that's important is that we get a thermic exchange. So, as you see, we've got some clouds that are up on the Jura right up there, and some of those are giving a little bit of shadow out on the southern end of the lake. And on that southern end of the lake, basically what we need is that land to warm up and to be able to sort of create a sort of a circular motion from the colder water on the lake and that warm air which is on the land. And when that starts to turn into effect, then we get this northerly aspect of wind that will be we get that northerly exchange that comes through, and then that's how we get a thermic breeze, which is over here. And this is actually what makes this place so incredible, is that we do have some thermic breeze that sets up here. It's you got to know that it's quite hard to have a thermic breeze. Generally, we're looking like at high alpine mountain lakes. So to have a couple lakes, to have a region where we can get these thermic winds is quite rare, and we are in that rare rare region, and this is why the racing is going on here at the very southern part of Lake Neuchâtel.
But when we're looking right now, the race course is in the middle of the lake, and if we're catching up this thermal breeze, that's normally produced inside the shore and then pushing out. So what are the sailors going to look for here? Because how can they see where the breeze is and the wind is? Because in the virtual world, we can see it with colors on the water and we can feel it. And when we talk with the sailors out there, they're talking about sailing the SSL 47. It's a little bit like data, but also feeling on the water. And today it's much about feeling, because where will the wind be?
Yeah, where will the wind be? That's a very good question. And yes, we are in the middle of the lake, but the shore is never that far away. One of the things is going to be the tactician and several other different positions on the boats. And speaking of positions on the boat, we've got a really interesting little interview that we did with some of the bowmen. Let's get to those interviews.
What do you have to do as a bowman?
I'm helping a little bit with the start, and then I'm going to change the sails, hoist the kite and drop it, and to make sure that it's not twisted or if there is no any damage on the sails, and basically that's it.
And so what's your favorite part about being a bowman?
Obviously, I'm first one gonna pass the finish line.
And so have you been doing a bow for a long time on different boats? Like, what's your experience as a bowman?
Yeah, I work as a bowman for more than 10 years, let's say, on a lot of different boats, many races on Mediterranean and Caribbean. So yeah, I have some experience, yes.
And so obviously there's a lot of debate when maneuvers don't happen well. And some people say it's the bow's fault. Some people say it's afterguard fault. So let's say the kite doesn't drop well. Is it mostly your fault or afterguard?
But we are working as a team, so if we make a mistake, the team make a mistake, not one guy.
Of course. And is the sock the best place to keep your Leatherman?
Obviously not, but this is what we have to do. I need to have a knife. If something goes wrong, I have to cut the rope or whatever. So I need to have a Leatherman with me.
Have you ever had to use your Leatherman to cut stuff?
Many times.
Whose job on board do you think you could do better?
No one's. We are a very good team.
And which job would you like to do?
I'm gonna be bowman.
Thank you. Good luck out there.
And it's quite fun to hear talking about a bowman. And what is a bowman, if we have to explain it for all of those out there? There's not sailors and waiting to see some
That's
action
something you
and
don't
follow
have
them.
on e-sailing.
No,
You
it's
don't have,
nothing. But there
those
we're using our
positions.
fingers and one person steering the boat. So what's the bowman? I heard something with a knife, cutting some ropes and making sure the spinnaker is going up and down. So can you explain a little bit more? What is a bowman?
Yeah, let's try to get the knife. Let's not use the knife. Knife is not good. Yeah, but the bowman. Well, as you saw, he was standing at the front of the boat. It's really important. He's basically he's got several jobs. So let's take it from the beginning. If we're doing the start, one thing that's going to be important is to make sure that the boat is on the starting line at the time the boat needs to go. Right. So being at the very front of the boat, he can make signals telling how many boat lengths he is, and they'll do there's the normal signals that everybody does, but they've got their own little signals and stuff. So the first thing is getting a good start. That's a very first
That's
thing.
very important in this race. We saw some false start yesterday where the bowman was no, but they're really trying to count it. So the bowman is the one in the front telling the tactician and the helm what to do.
No.
No?
No. He doesn't tell them what to do. What he does is his job. His job is to tell the guys behind, to give the information that they can't see as well as he can. So that's his job. The tactician's got his very own job, and the tactician is going to be telling what basically the driver, the helmsman, is going to be doing. The helmsman is only looking at what he's doing. He's not going to be telling the other guys what they need to do. Everybody knows what they have to do on the boat, so everyone's got their very own position. It's like a symphony, right? Everybody has got to play the partition, and you have the director, and the director, well, that's the tactician. He's deciding where he wants the boat to go, in which direction he wants to go. He's got the game plan. That's why they call him the tactician. So going back to the bowman, so now he's gotten a good start, and he's going to be also the first one that's in the front. So he's going to be announcing the puffs. He's going to be announcing the wind shifts, if the wind is coming, if it's a little bit stronger here, if it's a little bit stronger there. He's not telling them what to do. He's just telling them what he's seeing.
Okay.
And then once we get up to the top mark, that's where the real work begins. Because now the spinnaker is going to go up. He's not pulling the spinnaker up, but he's going to have to make sure that the front sail is going down. As the spinnaker is going up. If that front sail falls into the water, well, it's just going to catch some more water. It's going to slow the boat down.
And one of the things we saw yesterday on water in these races was that they really had a hard time in the hard breeze with the spinnaker and also the front sail, the jib going up and down, and it was stuck in the bow split and everything. So is that the bowman making sure that this comes in and shouting at them, don't pull it, then you break it?
Yeah, I mean, he'll be, when he's trying to get the sails in, obviously if they don't release the ropes in the back, he's not going to be able to pull that sail in. And I mean, we're talking about a lot of square meters, on this thing. I mean, the total sail area is 240 square meters. That's 2,580 squared feet of sail area. And granted, a lot of it, is going to be the mainsail, but I mean, that's a lot of sail area he's got to get down, and he's one man. So if it's not working in the back, as we were saying, the pit, right? If the pit doesn't release at the right time, well, then the bowman's going to be yelling at the pit to release, and then the skipper's going to be yelling at the pit, and
so on. So there are these
so on and
different
so forth.
roles on the boat, and one of the things is I talked with some of the captains, and I got a little bit confused because I was thinking, hey, the captain is the guy that is control of everything. He's the helmsman, he's the driver, and he's also the tactician. But the
But that's
captain
not
is
the way
not
it is.
always that. So,
No.
so what is the captain then?
Yeah, the captain. Well, first of all, the captain has the role of the captain when he's off the boat, right? So he's like the team manager. But when he's on the boat, he's not the captain anymore. He's the helmsman, right? And the helmsman, his boat is to make the boat go fast. So it's all about feeling the boat. And I think that this is something that you don't have in e-sailing, but it's something that is very well represented, is the angle to the wind. So if he decides that he needs to go a little bit faster for a certain reason, or if he can head up a little bit and go closer and have a closer angle to the wind, well, then he's going to do that. But this is all about feeling, whether he feels that the boat is going fast, if he's hitting his targets in terms of speed. So he's doing all that. He's not deciding where the boat is going. So in e-sailing, I mean, this is definitely something that you guys have. I mean, VMG, velocity made good. I mean, we might
all
get
of it.
into that. And yeah, exactly. So this is sort of where the link can go. But each boat really has. I mean, each position on a boat really has their very own way of their very own rules and the things they have to do in order to work together as a team.
Yeah. Maybe we should bring on the positions of one of the teams so we can see some of the positions, because they have some important roles. We have been talking about the bowman, we have been talking about the pit, we have been talking about the captain, and then the driver and the tacticians. They are standing behind the boat. Now you can see here.
Yeah, like right here. Let's commentate a little bit about what's going on as we're waiting for the wind to come in.
Yeah.
I mean, here we go. We have Emily Nagel. She sailed on the last Volvo Ocean Race. She is the pit woman right there. That you're looking. She's basically standing right at her position. That's where all the lines are coming down. And then back there, we're looking. We're looking over here.
Cape and Kirkland. Kirkland is the tactician here, and see, he's standing all the way behind and have the overview of the whole boat here.
Yeah, he's exactly. He'll be sailing all the way at the back, and he's really got the. He's the tactician. He's telling the people where to go. He doesn't actually pull on anything.
Huh?
He's really got the overview. He's not even driving the boat. He's just standing back there, and he's got to have his eyes on the water. Everybody else has got the eyes on the boat. He's got to have the eyes on the water. And
then we have the driver.
Yeah, the helmsman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Summers Kemp, right there. You can tell he's driving. That's his job. His job is to make the boat go fast. And we see Emily. Probably looks like
Battling
she's
in the
hoisting
pit
something.
there. Yeah.
Looks like they're hoisting the jib or the jenniker. Probably the jenniker today. Seeing.
And the bowman is helping there
There's the
also.
bowman. Yeah, there you go. So that's really teamwork. You see, we were talking about releasing
The spinnaker?
the spinnaker and things like that, but even as they're hoisting, right?
Yeah.
So as they're hoist, they're working together.
And then we can see the captain here, Raquel himself, standing here with this line in the middle. I saw him yesterday. He was pulling this line and trimming the sails a little bit.
Yeah, so that's the main sheet right there. That sheet right there. Everything that controls a sail is called a sheet, and there are actually 5 of these winches on the boat. This is the biggest one, and this is the one that's doing the mainsail. The mainsail that you can see right up at the top of your screen right there, almost at the center. He's pulling it in, and I think they're probably going to start to get a little bit of a pick up their speed. There we go. He's looking up. He's making sure that the battens are correct. Apparently they were. Otherwise he would have tugged on that real hard. Just because if the shape of the sail is not correct, the boat's not going anywhere. So.
And now you can see the boat speeding up, and you can almost see the boat is tilting right now. It's almost, if you're new to sailing, it's like they're falling in the water, and when they're speeding up here with these huge, large sails.
Exactly, and it's normal for these boats. This is absolutely normal. Boats heel. Certain boats heel more than others. These boats are very narrow boats. They're very long and they're very narrow, but they do have a tendency to heel quite a bit.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's not a question of more you heel, the faster you go.
No.
That would be much too easy. And it's not a question of the more you pull on the sheets, the faster you go either. It's all a question about wind flow and how wind goes around the sails to make the boat go forward.
Yeah, and it looks like they're actually capturing some wind here, a little bit more than 4 knots of wind speed at the moment. But again, it's quite interesting here with the SSL 47 because when they're out of speed and they need to speed up, it takes time. It takes almost 3 minutes to hit maximum speed if they're really unlucky. But when they first hit speed, they have a tendency to overpower and get too much speed, and then they will have hard time slowing down again. So what is the trick when you're out on the water here? Because they need to keep speed in the boat for not losing momentum.
VMG, my friend, VMG.
And what is VMG? Yeah.
Made good.
Yeah, and how can
But
we
what does
explain
that
that?
mean?
Yeah,
It doesn't really mean anything,
Yeah, no,
right?
no. Because if it's a young sailor or a young fan sitting at home and following his national team, and we are saying VMG, velocity made good, that's something with your angle towards the wind and then how fast you're going forward. Because a VMG, you can't, like a speedboat, just sail straight out. You need to like zigzag all the way up.
Yeah,
And VMG,
that's
there's an
correct.
optimal VMG there where you really need to find it so you can get the best possible speed towards a point, straight up the wind.
Yeah,
And,
we're trying to make it to the weather mark, right?
Yeah.
So we know we have to zigzag all the way up. Now, if we take really wide zigzags, we're going to go really fast, but we're not going to get to where we're trying to go. If we take really short zigzag, really tight zigzags, then we'll be going a lot slower, and we'll be going a lot straighter towards where we want to go. But is slow and having a shorter distance better than sailing fast and going a longer distance? So this is the comparison. Is it better to go slow and close to the mark,
Yeah.
or is it better to go fast and sail further? So that whole contradiction, this is what we say by velocity made good. And that's why it's such a bizarre term, because actually the concept itself is not so easy to grasp. Is it better to go fast, or is it better to go slow but get to where you're going?
And that's going to be one of the big challenges today because of the light wind. Yesterday we saw especially these 4 teams battling it out on the water. I was overexciting seeing them on the water because of all this wind speed, all this wind breeze coming in. And there we could see, and especially when we came back to see all the tracking on them, they all thought, hey, we have a very good VMG, we have a very good angle towards the mark. But I have to say, this is the tricky part, as some of the captains out there are saying, and the Helms are saying. They are saying, hey, it's a feeling mixed with data, and with light wind conditions, I know from the virtual world, they need to have a bigger angle towards the wind.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Puerto Rico. We're on board here. We can tell these guys now, they've put up the jibs, they're sailing a little bit. I mean, we can see some others. They're not spectator boats; they're just other users of the lake that are sailing. We've got this great onboard camera here. We're seeing the coffee grinder, which is right in the middle, along with we can see it very well on the left-hand side are another winch, which is being used.
What's happening there? Have they broken down or what? What he's having in the hands? He's communicating something. Oh. It looks
All right,
like
well, it looks
we
like
have a
they're
damage
taking
there.
their sails down. Looks like they're taking their sails down. Maybe it's just a little quick run. Maybe they're just telling them, calm down, guys. We're not racing yet. Let's get back to the starting area.
But it looks like he had something in the hand. Has he broken one of the winches, or what's happening there? No, interesting. Maybe Marco is close to the Puerto Rican boat and can tell us a little bit about what's happening.
Yeah, I think that basically right now I think he just had something in his hands. He just had the winch handles in his hand. Obviously they're discussing something. I really don't think anything's broken. It's just I think right now they're just taking it easy. I mean, if you look back there on the water, you can see that the wind really isn't that strong, and they're just look, it's not like they're repairing anything or anything. It's I think they're just waiting. It's a waiting game, seeing what's gonna be happening.
Interesting what's going on, but we know the wind breeze is.
Let's talk about
going to be a little
Gonzalez.
bit, yeah,
Melvin Gonzalez.
What do we know about him?
Well, we know that he's a 3-time Central American and Caribbean Games gold, silver, and bronze.
he's standing there with number 6, taking some water, and you will see while they're racing, they will share waters and everything, and they're going to use a lot of energy out there. It looks like they're relaxing, but it's hot sun also.
I mean, we were talking about this Central American, but this guy, he's won 12 times. He's the Rolex St. Thomas International Regatta. So there's a lot of experience. There's many more things also that we can talk about here about the sailing that he's done. We've got a couple other guys around here. Let's see, we've got Gonzalez here. We've got Diaz, which is just right in front of us. Jose Diaz. He's a 4-time world champion. In 2019, he was world champion. We've got Gretchen Ortiz, which is mid-bow. I think she's probably just behind the camera, but she went to the 2021 Tokyo Olympics in the NACRA 17 class. It's very, very interesting. We've got some other Olympians, and as a matter of fact, Gretchen sailed with Kike, which is the main trimmer. He's number 7. We've changed teams.
Yeah, and there we can see the team captain himself is on one of the speedboats. So they're fixing something right now on the boat.
Nope. I don't think they're fixing. I think they're discussing.
Yeah.
I think they're discussing what the plan is, getting themselves motivated there.
It's quite interesting here. It's a waiting game, and they had quite a run yesterday where they won the first race. So that was fantastic by them.
Yeah, it's very, it's great to see these guys sail, because really, I mean, we're just sort of discovering them. Really, we haven't seen them before. Obviously, they've been here for a couple days. These are the last 2 days. They've already been racing for 2, and they've been here since the beginning of the week. So we've seen the boats sail a little bit, but we're all the way down there at the southern end of the lake, really on the shores down there. So we haven't really been able to get so close to them. And now we've got the onboard cameras. Now we've got everything getting started, and it's great. Really great to see them.
Yeah, and it looks like they're getting ready to find a better position and test some things off. You can see the captain is telling the team to do something. So let's see what's going on here. But still, it's a waiting game. But what are they talking about out there when they're waiting? You have been doing a lot of this. It's a big waiting time, but still it's testing, making sure the gear is ready, making sure to motivate the crew. So that's really a challenge for the captain there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you're talking. You're just getting yourself psyched up. You're staying in the game. You're doing things. You're making sure that you're staying focused. You don't want to be out there. You don't want to be sitting out there, not doing anything and waiting for the wind, and lying down and half asleep. And you need to stay on the ball, stay on the game. But there is something that I think our viewers would really like to see, and this is a really very, very nice clip. Let's show you a little bit about where we are, about Switzerland, and about pretty much what we're doing here, and some of the beautiful sights and sounds of Switzerland. So let's take a look at that.
very, very beautiful view of Switzerland here. And we are following the tracker right now, and we can see some of the teams are actually capturing some wind right now and some speed. Some of the teams are hitting 8.4 knots of speed out there. So the wind breeze is coming in, and it looks like around 20 minutes to the start. So this is going to be exciting when they're going to find their positions and test the last thing before the starting line.
That's right. I mean, we were just looking right there, the previous image there. We're putting up their spinnakers. So now they've done a little bit of upwind testing. And now they're going to be going downwind testing, putting up their spinnaker, making sure everything is good. All the lines are set up correctly. I mean, that's something that's really important to do. You don't want to put up your spinnaker and then realize that you're in the middle of the race and that your spinnaker isn't set up correctly. I mean, granted, we are talking about the very best of each one of these countries that are here. So all these guys, they know how to set up a spinnaker. And I could tell you yesterday they were already the bowmen. We saw that we had several bowmen that were outside setting up the spinnakers, making sure that they're into the bags correctly and that they can, making sure they're dry and not, they're not too much wet and having them.
There's a lot of parameters they need to take care of out there. Maybe we can go on water and see if we are lucky to have a spinnaker up, because we are going to talk about the thing before the race starts here, and that's the jibing when they're going downwind. We have two terms we are talking about when we're going to race today. We're going to talk about tacking and jibing. Attacking is something they do when they go upwind, and jibing is something they're going to do when they're going downwind.
Absolutely.
So can we explain a little bit more about that?
It's all about that zigzag that you were explaining earlier.
Yeah.
Right, we're zigzagging to get all the way up to the weather mark, to the mark which is upwind, and we're zigzagging to get to the mark which is downwind, and that's because we are sailing with asymmetrical spinnakers, and it's faster to be able to zigzag downwind than it is to go straight down, as we would see perhaps on some other boats with symmetrical spinnakers. So now it's all a question of
attacking.
VMG.
Yeah, VMG again. And the VMG word, you're going to use
downwind.
a lot of things. So we have a term when we're coming into the commentary, when we're going into the battle, then when they're sailing upwind against the wind, when they're crossing and switching side, that's what we're going to call attack. And when they're going downwind, most of the time with the spinnaker up, this huge white sail. Interesting if it's coming up or not because of the light wind. But I think they will launch it anyhow. Then they're going to do a jibing when they're sailing downwind and switching side. But the turns there when they're going downwind is not going to be the same wild turns that they're going when they're going upwind. It's like they're changing bigger angles when they're going upwind than they're doing downwind. How can that be?
Well, it all sorts of depends. Basically, every time you're going to be doing a turn, right, you're going to be losing some speed, because at one point when the spinnaker goes from one side of the boat to the other, well, there is no more spinnaker. It's just, and at that point the boat slows down. It goes back to the other side, and then you need to pick your speed up again. And the way you pick your speed up when you're going downwind is actually to go closer to the wind. Right? So you pick your speed up by going closer to the wind, but as you do that, you're not going towards the mark where you want to go.
Yeah.
And that's the whole issue. So pick up your speed. Once you got the speed, then you bear away and you go back down to where you want it to come from. Obviously, the better you can do that, the faster you can jibe without losing any speed, without tangling everything up, the better your jibe is going to be, and the faster you're going to go. So there's a lot of technique, obviously, from the bowman to the guys that are releasing the sheets from one side and grabbing it from the other side, making sure that the driver, the helmsman, is not going too fast, because then nobody can follow what's happening. So he wants to go fast, but he can't go too fast, because if he goes too fast, nobody on the front of the boat knows what to do anymore, right? And so it's really teamwork. Everybody's got their own job, and everybody's got to be coordinated to do that. And and let's not forget about the backstays. Something very important. The backstays are cables that go from the back of the mast all the way to the front, to the top of the mast, and they need to be switched. the tension needs to be switched from one side to the other, and if they forget to do that, the mast breaks.
Yeah. And there are three things. We are close to getting a starting signal, hopefully. It looks like we're going to start in around 12 minutes, 15 minutes right now. So let's hope the time schedule fits. So when we're going into the race, there are three things I think today we are going to watch a lot, and especially if you are new into watching the the SSL Gold Cup today, then it's very important that you see three elements in there. The first thing we really need to look into is the start. The second thing, if you're new to sailing and you don't know what to watch, then it's all about the angles with the sails. You can almost see when they're not capturing the wind, the sails will be bluffing, they will be moving up there. And the last big thing, it's the downwind battle, the spinnaker. Yesterday we saw that was where these teams won and lost the battle, because when they launched the spinnaker, you said it got all mixed up, and then suddenly you call it breach when they are suddenly the spinnaker takes control of the boat and it looks like it's capsizing.
Yeah, and you can knock the boat down and all sorts of things like that. And another thing we could talk about is also the floater. This is another position which isn't more towards the back. We were talking about the front of the boat, and now we're talking about the back of the boat, and we have a little clip from a floater. So let's take a look at that little clip from the floater.
What do you do as a floater?
As the name suggests, I float around, so I do little odd jobs left and right, so tailing, traveler, helping to grind if necessary.
And what's your favorite thing to help out on?
My favorite thing to help out on is probably giving some feedback on shifts, gusts, and trying to help with the tactics of the boat.
And so, who do you feel like is the most reliable teammate you have on board?
That's a very rude question to ask. The most reliable one, probably Yannick, because he's steering the boat, so we all need to have a lot of faith in him. Yeah.
And so, what previous experience do you have, aside from obviously sailing here in the Gold Cup?
Not much. I'm a laser sailor, so I haven't done much big boat racing. But yeah, I feel like it is very interesting to do this, and I've sailed very little time on boats with more than two people on it. Yeah.
And so, what aspects from laser sailing do you feel translate well to sailing on an SSL 47?
It'd probably be the strategy. Just reading the lake, I would say, and then I guess that's the only thing. There is a little bit of quite a lot of feel in the boat, so maybe like have some sensitivities for that would be an extra added bonus.
So a question we're asking all floaters: the kite doesn't come down properly. Is it the bow fault or afterguard?
Ooh, probably the afterguards. Yeah, I'm gonna say probably some bad communication usually. Yeah.
And one last rude question. Whose job do you think you could do better on board?
Better? Better, yes. Honestly, I don't think I could do anybody's job better.
No.
No, I'm serious. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, serious.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll accept it just this once.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go, a little bit of information about the floater, and as she said very well, she goes around, she helps out everybody, and she's not just doing one position. If that's the case, those are people with a lot of experience. So you can't just go help out somebody and start pulling on a rope or whatever, and doing whatever you think needs to be done.
But it's quite interesting to hear her talk about her experience from the laser and saying the tactics behind this is almost the same. Oh. How can that be? That the laser, it's a much smaller boat than the SSL 47.
It's a much smaller boat, but you're always looking at the same thing, right? You're always wanting to go sail into the pressure. You always want to be on the correct side of the boat. So tactically speaking, we're looking at really two different aspects. We're looking at one of the aspects that should be wanting to look at tactically speaking is where is there more wind, right? If you have more wind, the boat goes faster. So we want to go sail where there's more wind. That's the first thing, right? But then you also want to be looking at how is the wind being set up. Is it aligned with the race course, or is it a little askew? And that will tell you whether you want to, if you want to go more towards the left-hand side or the right-hand side, depending on what's happening. Where it gets difficult is when you need to go on the left-hand side because the wind is askew, but the pressure is on the right-hand side. So then, you have all sorts of different little aspects. And being on the laser, it's a one-man boat. So one-man boat, she's got to hike, she's got a helm, she's got to do the tactics, she's got to do all those things. And now she's coming onto a boat where she has to be very proficient on one position. And one of the things about that, which is really interesting, is something, here they're coming from small boats, they're sailing by themselves, and they need to sort of to learn how to sail with others. We have some other teams that have guys that are very used to actually sailing on bigger boats, and that have a lot of experience, and they're generally they're powerful people, and they have a certain amount of ego, and they're the ones that decide what's happening. But when you have a lot of people like that from countries that are used to sailing, or that regularly participate in the big events, then you have an opposite problem, because they're all coming up here, and you're putting 9 of these big guys that are used to making decisions
in the same squad.
And really there's only one guy that's making the decision, is the tactician who's in the back. So it's a whole new dynamic, and this is what's so great about the SSL Gold Cup, is that, like we said, it's like the World Cup in football, but in sailing. So now it's a team that's coming together, and where all these guys used to be fighting against one another in the same country, now they all joining forces and sailing on the same boat.
Yeah, and that makes me ask one big question here. Is it then a good idea and an advantage to be a smaller nation where you know each other quite well, and it's easier to actually go under one ruler, one captain, or one tactician? Or it's bigger advantage to be the more controlled team that has more experience, but the guys, they're actually fighting for this glory, or to be the ones deciding?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. It's a difficult question. I mean, we've seen some of the teams. I remember in particular there was one European team, and they were brought up through sort of the military. It was sort of like a military sailing team, and so camaraderie and teamwork and was something that they really had been working together for a long time. And as opposed to some other teams, where it wasn't the same setup. They were coming from different clubs, and there were all these hot shots that were coming up from different clubs, and Olympic medalists and things like that. And we really saw that there was a big difference in dynamic, But at the end of the day, the hot shots with a lot of experience, the guys that have been sailing around the world 4 times, that have participated in the America's Cup, the Volvo Ocean races. I mean, all these guys are here. Yeah. And right now we've got a little bit less that have participated in the Olympics and in the Volvo, but there are, some people that have done that and that have some big boat experience. I mean, by no means are they not good sailors, but it's very different. It's a whole different dynamic, and this is what we're learning. I mean, this is something that we've never seen before. And if you want to be sailing on the boat from your nation, you got to have the passport from your nation.
Yeah, but it's a little bit, now we're referring to football and other sports here, and this is the Sailing World Cup we're doing here. And on a team like this, in football, you can have a big star on the field, and then he can actually win the game for you. I know it's a teamwork, but that star can make the big difference. But on a boat here where you're not used to sail it, you have been practicing together as a team, you are 8 persons on it. Can you fight at home?
Yeah, it really is a team, boat. I mean, it's not for, this is... We obviously make a lot of comparisons with boats and to private enterprise and companies and things like that, because it really is teamwork. Everybody has to work together.
Yeah.
And speaking of teamwork and different positions on the boat, we've got the grinder.
Yeah. Oh,
we've got a grinder, which is going to talk to us. So let's see what's happening with the grinder position.
What does grinding entail, I guess?
So there are 3 winches on the boat, and the pedestal we have just here that turns all of them and allows us to move all the winches at the same time and get an extra bit of grunt. You can get 2 men onto it. so you can get the kite up as quick as you can, kite down as quick as you can, bring in or trim in the sheets as hard as possible, and yeah.
Stupid question. Which is your favorite grinding maneuver on board, I guess?
I'd reckon the spinnaker hoist, because it's probably the easiest and quickest.
And so we always hear about, stuff going wrong. It's either the bow fault or the afterguard fault. You're in the middle. So where do you stand in this, I guess, conflict?
Most of the time, afterguard fault, like leaving things too late, bad decisions. Like the lads up the front know what they're doing. I've complete faith in them.
And whose job on board do you think you could do better?
I'd say our helm, Harry Durkin. I'll be all over it.
So grinders, the guys with the muscles, that's the guys who's going, and girls having a hard time out there. I have to say, it's amazing. They're putting up the sails up and down, and they're going to launch it within seconds. But it's a very well coordinated thing, because if they do it too fast or too early, then trouble comes in.
Yeah, I love that position. I've had the opportunity to sail a couple times on these boats, and I generally end up by being put as the grinder. It's an unbelievable position. It really is. I mean, yes, it's a super physical position, but it's a very demanding position, because it's not just grinding away and giving all the power you have. And no, it's very different. First of all, you have to know that there are 3 different speeds of the grinder.
Okay.
So you could be in high speed, middle speed, and then low speed, and every time you'll see them, they'll start out with a high speed, and then it gets too difficult, and then they'll change back and they get into low speed, and that gets too difficult, and they go into the very smallest of gears in order to really be able to put the sails in. But that's not all. From that position right there on the foot, on the ground with their feet, they can choose the different winches that they're going to be using. So you have a winch on port, you have a winch on starboard, and they can decide, and they can even go to the winch for the mainsail. So they'll be, I think they were talking about one of their favorite maneuvers. I think one of my favorite maneuvers when I'm on that position is to be able to drop the kite, make sure it's all the way in, change on the foot, and then go and help and make sure that the front sail, the jib or the gennaker, and just pull it in a little bit more. So you're switching from one sail, from one winch with the retrieval line back to the other winch. And I think that whole dynamic of working with one sail, making sure it's done, switching your feet, going back to the other sail, making sure that one's good, everything's okay, and then in the end, everybody goes up at the same time to get that final little pump. We're going to see that. We're going to see that today, where they all come up on one side and they get that little final push and pump, and when everything goes well, it's just... it's beautiful. It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to see that. It's great that we can talk about that right now, and we've got the time as we're waiting for the wind to come in to be able to discuss these positions, and we'll be able to see that a little bit later.
So when we are watching the races when they're coming on here, then which position is the position making the boat win? Because normally we can say, hey, I have the best attacker in football, I have the best defense in football, but which position is actually the position winning this race?
It's the one that's in front.
That's the one in front.
Yeah, it's the one in front. That's the guy that's going to win.
So it's the squad here. So it's the very best of communication and working together as a squad. There's actually giving the win. So that's what's coming in here. It's I think if we can go maybe to the water and see what's happening out there, because the teams are preparing right now, and we are getting some more time into it. We are waiting for the small wind, but we can see on the tracker that the teams are testing things. So
yeah, we'll try to go out there and try to see what's going on. In any case, if we can't go out there, I know that we could take another look at one more position, and
Cool.
we've been talking about this. We haven't stopped talking about this. I mean, it's the helmsman.
Oh, the driver.
The
right?
driver, yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
Yes, the driver, the helmsman. Let's take a look at what he does.
What do you do as helmsman?
So I guess driving the boat, but essentially making making everyone else's job easy by going in the right direction.
And so, who is your favorite teammate to work with whom you actually have to work well with?
I think my main person I'm talking to is our main sheet trimmer and tactician, just sort of what mode he wants the boat, if he wants to go a bit faster, a bit higher, or if we want to turn a corner and tack or jibe.
And so, whose job on board do you think you could do better?
That I could do better than them. I reckon I could give Grattan a go on the handles. Yeah.
Grattan said exactly the same thing. So, any words for Grattan?
Keep spinning the handles harder. Make sure he doesn't bend his back too much.
And so, kite doesn't go up. Is it the bow or the afterguard's fault?
Afterguard's fault. Probably have the boat on a reach, trying to hoist.
And so, what can we expect from your guys in terms of performance this week?
I think putting everyone together, getting better by each race, and giving it our best shot. Yeah.
It's quite interesting with this driver here, but before going into details there, then we have our co-commentator.
We do have our co-commentator, which is Marco, which is our on-water reporter. I think he's out there. He's ready. He might have some information for us. Marco, can you hear us? How's it going out there?
Loud and clear, guys. How are you doing back in the studio?
Well, we're doing good. We're doing good. I mean, we're having a lot of fun talking about the different positions and sort of explaining how everything works, the teamwork, and we're explaining a lot of things. We're hopefully we'll see what's happening, and we'll see if what we say is correct.
Yeah.
What are you seeing?
So at the moment, the breeze is still shifty, light as before. We're seeing still around 4 or 5 knots, and it's building slowly, but it's going to take some time. Unfortunately, Team Tahiti seems to have had a small issue on board, which the shore team, which has been doing an amazing job these days, is trying to resolve as quickly as possible, and we're looking at a plausible start time of 20 minutes or so. But yeah, as you know, everything here is kind of on the fly, and we have to do it what we have. So we'll get you some information as soon as we have it.
Okay, right. So basically what you're telling us is that the wind hasn't quite settled in quite as we would like it to for the time being. And yeah, well, I guess, that's all part of sailing, right? Yeah. That's what happens when you play with
But Marco,
nature sport.
I'm quite interested here, and when you're watching the teams out there and they are relaxing and preparing things, what do you see they prepare out there? Because there's quite some waiting time for this start right now. So what are they doing, Marco, out there?
Not much going on, to be honest. Obviously, all teams have got their jib down so that there's one less thing to think about, obviously. And once they've gone over the game plan, I feel like it's just about conserving your energy for when you need it during the race. Yeah, we've got Antigua, Tahiti, and I believe Bermuda, yes, just cruising around, hopefully staying hydrated, having their energy levels always high and ready to go as soon as we get our go from race committee.
So we saw Juan in the picture there with Tahiti. They're looking up the mast. I see the main is down. Do you know what's happening?
Unfortunately, no, guys. I have no information from the shore team. I just know that they're working hard. They had their hands full yesterday for sure with the interesting and sporty conditions. So yeah, we'll see what they'll be able to do today with Tahiti, and hopefully we'll get a race started soon enough.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Thanks a lot, Marco. Thanks for all that information. And make sure if there's anything that's happening, you just come and butt in and let us know if you've got some more information. Yeah. I guess we'll keep it out. We'll keep you out there on the water, and we'll wait for you to give us a little bit of news.
Yeah. And then let's go back and talk a little bit about the driver here, because right now we have been speaking about the helmsman and the driver and everything. And the driver, you can see right now they're focused on the boat, but the driver coming in there, they have a very important role. And we talked about who's winning the game for them. And we actually just talked about it's the squad that's winning it, because there's a lot of communication, there's a lot of tactics, there's a lot of things to do. But the driver, he's actually the guy steering the boat. But how does he steer it? I know he's turning the rudder, but he needs some information, he needs some things, or he's just doing by feeling.
You know, he does need some information, but a lot of it is about feeling. I mean, it's all about how you're feeling the boat. Is the boat going fast? Basically, what you want to do is you want to go, right, like we said, you want to go as fast as possible, as close to the wind as possible, in order to go to make the least distance to the mark and as fast as you can. And the only way you can do that is by feeling. Is the boat going to do it? If I go a little bit closer to the wind, am I going to lose some speed, or am I just going to, or am I going to keep my speed and I can keep accelerating until what point can I do that? And so that's basically what he's going to be saying. Now, he will be getting some information from the bowman, or maybe the tactician, telling him, okay, there's a puff coming in 2 or 3, and a puff being, new wind that's coming towards the boat, and that'll already give him information. Now, what he wants is, as a helmsman, he doesn't really want to take his eyes off of his sails and off of his boat. He needs to have a sort of a mental picture of what's going on around him, so that he can sort of create the film in his head. And he can say, okay, look, there's a puff that's coming on the left, and this and that. Okay, so right now I've got a little bit less wind, so let's favor the speed a little bit. And then when the puff hits, then I'm going to try to go a little bit higher, because I'm going to have a little bit more pressure. And so communication is key for him to be able to see mentally what's happening without him having to take his eyes off of his sails.
In my eyes, he's the guy that I understand, because he's the one sitting with the controls going right, going left, and he's the guy deciding the race. But is he also the person, the helm, is also the person, the driver, telling when to tack and when to jibe, or is that a call coming from another place?
Yeah, the guy who's... the guy who's like you said,
who's steering the game.
Steering the game, right? Okay, that's the tactician.
That's the tactician.
That's the tactician.
So the helms is actually the tool, and the tactician is steering the game.
Yeah, he's the brains, and the other one is the bronze. No,
no,
just kidding. That's a little too easy. But yeah, he's the tactician. He's the one that's saying, just like you are when you're playing your video games, you're saying, okay, well, I want to go on the left-hand side. Bam, I press T or whatever you press, and
go left.
Shift and go left. Well, that's what he's doing. He's just pressing on the guy's head, and press once, he goes left, press twice, he goes right.
So now we have been speaking almost about the whole boat. We still have a position or two left, but we have a guy in the front, the bow, is control of the sails. Then we have the pit, the fight of getting the sails up and down. Then we have the grinders making the speed of it. And then we have the helm controlling it, where to go, but it's actually the tactician steering the boat.
That's right. Yep, you're getting it.
Yeah, but what about the rest of the crew? They're just there as dead weight, or?
No,
I'm just.
We could talk about the rest of the crew, but let's talk before we continue talking about this. I mean, this is interesting. I could talk about this all day long. I generally do. We do have Paul Hutton, which is our regatta director. He gave us a wonderful interview this morning, speaking about the SSL Gold Cup. It's you could tell. I mean, there's a lot of emotions about what he's saying, and let's show you guys this little clip.
Well, I was asked before the event, what did I expect coming up with this week? And, I think my response was, I expect some surprises. And I think it's safe to say that we've had some surprises. If anyone came here with the preconceived notion that sailing on a lake was a sort of mundane thing and they really need to be out on an ocean somewhere, well, those preconceptions have been shot down in flames, because we've had everything this week. We've had strong winds, light winds, squalls, And you know, how could it be better than that? Because every sailor gets to sail in every condition, and it's been challenging for sure. Challenging for race committee, challenging for the sailors. They've had to spend long hours on the water, but that's our sport, right? And so it's been an interesting week, but we're on course to deliver a fantastic first round, and we expect to carry that on for the rounds to come too.
That is just, I mean, he said it. He said it right there. I mean, this is, it's just so exciting, and this is it. And this is the qualifying series, and these guys are qualifying to the 30 seconds, to qualify for the 30 seconds of round of the final of the SSL Gold Cup.
Yeah. But they're also doing a great job. I'm amazed. Now he's a race officer and he's regatta director and everything. But these guys are on the water, taking all the decisions on the time. And we just saw they were the first on the water yesterday and the last one coming in. So great job by them. Actually, they are very important for organizing an event like this and also a whole series like the Gold Cup.
Yeah, and it's impressive, I mean, not only do they know their job inside and out and stuff like that, but like you just heard him talk, I mean, he's a very well-spoken person and years of experience, and it's just great, to have these guys on our team, to be able to organize this, and it's just absolutely wonderful. And everybody here on the SSL, doesn't just have one hat on. I mean, everybody's got, several different things they've got to do, and they do it very well. And I think that's like you said, I think everybody does a great job, and that's part of the success.
Yeah. And Jan, now we're coming back to the question I had before we're going into the video with Paul here. What are the rest of the crew doing on a boat like this? Because the tactician, he's controlling the most of the things with the joystick, but we have more positions on the boat.
Yeah, we've talked about the bowman, we've talked about the floater, we've talked about the grinder, we've talked about the helmsman, but there's 9 people on this boat, right? Yeah. So there are a couple other things that need to be done, and the next video that we have for you is about the number 2. And as you see, some of these teams that we're showing you are not only the teams that are on the water. Some of the teams that you're seeing right now are actually in the group number 2. So like, for example, we saw Belgium, Estonia, we had the Irish before, and Serbs, and so you're seeing a little bit about everybody right now as we're trying to explain to you, what's going on as we're waiting for the wind to come in. So here we go, a little presentation about position number 2.
What does number 2 mean? What do you do?
I'm a little hands, and my job is to help the pit and the bowman to do some good maneuvers, and sometimes the trimmer, the jib trimmer, spinnaker cut trimmer.
And favorite maneuver to help on, which one is it?
Oh, the spinnaker drop. A lot of job for everybody, so we need to clean everything before the maneuvers.
And so, obviously, sometimes the spinnaker doesn't come down well. And whose fault is it? Bow or afterguard?
Everybody. It's a teamwork.
And whose role on board do you think you could do better?
Oh, normally I'm solo sailor, so normally I can do everything. But no, not very well from the others because they are pretty good guys.
And so, how was the racing yesterday? Did you have fun?
Yes, we had fun, but it was a little bit frustrated because we broke part of the boat. So we had no rudder after one leg, so it was just frustrated, a big frustration. So today we want to manage to win all the races.
And so what aspect of solo sailing do you think is most important when sailing on a team like here?
Communication and coordination, of course.
Nice answer. And so, do you have any other friends on the other teams here?
Yes, very good friends on the Tahitian team. We sailed some Tour de France à la voile together, and it's really cool to see him again because now he lives in Nouvelle-Calédonie and I live in France, so that's a perfect situation to meet us together.
Thank you.
So that was a number 2, and actually a little bit, if we have to describe it, a libero, a free hand that can help more positions doing their job the best possible way. So both the bowman and the trimmer.
Yeah, and that sort of depends on the amount of wind that you have. All right, if it's a little bit lighter, then you can afford to have that. If the wind is a little bit stronger, then it's a little bit more difficult because there's just more power and more strain on each one of these sheets, and so yeah, it really depends. But as you could tell, well-rounded. She was saying that she sailed a Tour de France à la voile, and a lot of these guys, have been sailing together. She speaks French. So she's spoken with the guys that are from Tahiti. They all speak French. Tahiti is part of France, so yeah, there's definitely but they're not sailing for the same nation because they don't have the same passport.
But one thing I liked with the interview with her was that she said everything on this squad and winning with this boat is about communication, coordination, and actually keeping your roles.
Yep.
So that's bringing us again back to the thing we discussed earlier. Do you win this race? Do you win the SSL Gold Cup by being the best? Or can you win it by actually working together and doing your best the way you're doing it out there? Because there's not something called luck there. Maybe there's a little bit, but most of it is about skills, communication, and coordination. They're all saying it.
Yeah, I mean, these guys don't get lucky, It's not like, I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. No, that's not how it works, It's not, maybe on a computer game you can have somebody who's writing in who decides to change the rules all of a sudden, and then the wind shift goes from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. I mean, it's not like this, This is real life. You're looking, and you're seeing everything, the same thing that everybody else is saying. When we teach young kids, we always, sometimes they say, yeah, but it's not fair. It's not fair for this and whatever reason. Like, I didn't have any win. Well, yeah, but it's the same conditions for everybody. So it's not a question of being fair, unfair, lucky, not lucky. No, it's a question of having your eyes open. It's a question of working together as a team, and whoever manages to do that the best is going to be out in front, and it's simple as that. And teamwork and communications. Sometimes having all the best sailors of your nation, hot shots, everybody's got their own opinion about things, that may not be the actual best solution. So this is why it's going to be exciting to see some of these teams that have a little bit less experience. Maybe they'll be able to work better, but then again, experience does play an important role in succeeding.
Yeah, but skills also here I can hear, and one of the things that comes to my mind when you're describing all this fantastic about the skills and your experience and everything, there's one thing with the SSL 47 and all the boats out there. I've been watching sailing from the outside the last 7-8 years, and this is what you call a one design boat. So all the boats are the same.
Yeah. And I think this is also, and now we've been talking about the boats. I mean the teams themselves. But let's talk a little bit about the SSL and what makes it so special. First of all these boats, they all belong to the Sailing Athlete Foundation, and they're all exactly the same. And so what happens is, even teams that, for example, don't have, would not have the budget to be able to buy, a racing boat back home, they probably, and they do have the budget to be able to buy a plane ticket and to come over here and to practice on these boats. They don't have to come over here with a boat. They don't have to come over here with some sails. They just have to take their backpack. They don't even need to have their sailing gear with them because the SSL provides them with their sailing gear. I mean, everything that you see, the way they're dressed and everything, that's all designed by the SSL. Yeah. So really, it makes it super easy for everyone to be able to come over here. And it's not about the depth of your wallet to be able to come over here. It's about the talent.
It's like football. You can take your team on a plane, fly with your squad all the way to Canton in Switzerland, and then you can go practice, and you also have a practice period you actually getting when you're part of the SSL Gold Cup, and then you can practice it, and everything
that's right.
is here.
And in terms of practice, to make it fair, the very best ranked teams are the teams that have the least amount of days available to practice.
Yeah.
The teams that are further down in the rankings are the teams that have the most amount of days that are allowed to be able to come over here and to sail. And so that makes it fair. People that have less experience get to create sort of their own experience on these SSL 47s, which are exactly all the same. I mean, the boats are exactly identical. They all have the same sheets in the same place, and they're all the same sheets that are all the same colors that arrive to the same pulleys that arrive to it's exactly the same. Because actually what's happening is that, and we haven't seen that yet, but we're going to have the group number 2, which is going to be coming out a little bit later, and they're going to be using the same boats that the group number 1 that we're seeing right now with Antigua, Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and Tahiti. They'll be using exactly the same boats.
Yeah.
So in that regards, it makes it very, very fair.
In that regard, it makes fair, and that's actually making the game the same. There is one ball on the court, and there's one set of rules, and this whole game, the whole setup with the boat is the same.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, it changes, and each boat has got numbers. You can look at the bow. There are bow numbers in front, and it's not the same boat that's going to be winning all the time.
Yep.
It's really going to be depending on who is sailing on the boat. So, in essence, the boat is not important.
No.
They're wonderful. They're beautiful boats. I mean, this SSL 47 when they're sailing with their black sails and their golden hull. I mean, it's a magnificent boat to watch. But really, what we're interested in are the guys that are used in that boat to be able to go further.
Yeah.
And I think one other thing that we need to talk about also is the ranking. There's the world ranking, because that is totally new. That's a totally new aspect of sailing, and that is something which is unbelievable, and is allowing people to be able to compare themselves, just like you have rankings in other sports, and that's something that has not existed since the SSL are the first ones to create this sort of ranking, world ranking.
And it's quite interesting because in the world of gaming, we are looking into world ranking lists, global ranking lists. Like, hey, that's how much you're playing. Then you're getting a point into a high score. Then you have it. But here it's all about your skills and your performance. So the global ranking is how good a star sailor is actually performing. And I have to say, it's the stars of sailing. It's not the starboat. It's the stars. That's the persons on the water, the captains out there, the sailor themselves, and that's the 6 best results they've been doing over the last 2 years. So it's actually a little bit comparable with the ATP from tennis, and this is the global ranking list of performance for sailors.
Yeah, so this is sort of this now. This is how we made the teams up, right? So basically, we're taking the ranking. So there's a global ranking, but there's also a ranking for each nation. So the people that are in the nation, then we're going to have criteria for a certain amount of women that we want to be on there, and a certain amount of skippers that we want to be on there, a certain amount of crew members that we want to be on there, experienced guys, older guys, team captains, etc. All these guys, the teams can be up from anywhere from 18 to 22 people on a team, but the captain could very well, invite 30, 40 people, and then he will select who will be on his team. So first of all, this whole SSL global ranking is allowing to be able to create the teams. Yeah. So now that the teams have been created, and now we have our 56 teams. So our 56 teams, now what we're doing is we have a team ranking, and that's what we saw earlier with where we had the ranking as ranking. That's their ranking, their global ranking within all the teams. And then what we do is we'll take the first 8, and the first 8 teams are going into the quarterfinals, and that's the graphic that we saw earlier.
Maybe we could bring it on again so we can so people can see what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll find the graphic, and then we can explain that. So. The graphic where we explain what the different teams, the quarterfinals, the 8th of finals, 16th and 32nd, and that'll explain to you guys how it's going on.
And what you're going to see today is
Here
here
we
you
go,
can see
here we
that's
go.
the rounds. This is the
Oh
qualification
no, that's
series.
the rounds. Yep, you're right. So we're in the qualification series, round 1 on the left-hand side, from the 19th to the 22nd of May. We are the 21st. So you see, they've already been sailing a couple days. They've already got some points. If you guys go to the SSL Gold Cup.com, you will have all that information on there. If you follow us on the internet, if you follow us on Facebook, Twitter, we've got all that information is out there. So here we go. This is what we were talking about earlier. So you see here in the quarterfinals, we've got Great Britain, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia, Italy, and Spain.
That's the highest seeded.
Yeah, those are the high seeders. These are the guys that are the best out of the 56 nations. These are the top 8 ranked nations. Right behind them are from place 9th to 16th, so they're the second 8 best ranked, and they're directly qualified to the 8th of the finals.
Yeah.
And then you have 16th finals, so those are the guys that are ranked from 17th to 24th place. And now what we're doing right now is the qualifying series that we have right now will be qualified for that 30 seconds of final.
Yeah, so the first 5 rounds we saw on the graphic before, there we are taking the first and second position of each group and putting them into the one out of 32 finals coming in here. And there we will see who will go further on in the steps. So this competition is going to run over the whole year. So that's amazing what's coming in here. So there's quite something on stake for the nations we have out on the waters, getting ready for battling it out. And that's also why they're taking it so serious, because this is a jumping step to show their nation and also to grow sailing at home.
Yeah, exactly. And this is really important. This is very, very important period right now. Yeah. And so this is why you can imagine right now the concentration is just they're staying out there, they're getting concentrated. But it's not just the teams that are out there that are staying concentrated. All the teams that are still here on land, so we're Belgium, Estonia, Ireland, and Serbia, they're sitting here, they're waiting. And it's a waiting game, and it's tough. It's really tough to be sitting out here and waiting for the game.
Yeah.
Waiting for the game, waiting to be able to play the game. The game is called the Regatta, right?
Yeah, and I have to say the game is on because it means a lot, these points. And this is also why when we saw, I spoke a little bit with Team Belgium, the team captain there, and he was very sad. They had a very bad first race where they actually was out of the race and got 0 points. Yeah. So they really need to fight back in. But as he says, tomorrow is going to be the day where
tomorrow is another day.
Yeah, it's another day. Yeah.
Live
and that's
to
where
fight
the points,
another day.
And because all the boats are the same, and the crew, the mindset of the crew, the squad coming in here is really filling a lot for them. So they need to fight their way in, and this is also showing coming into it. But again, the nations we're looking into here, I spoke a little bit. It's quite different when we see Ireland, Estonia, and they have access to the sea and normally sailing there. Where Serbia and the other group, they are sailing on rivers.
They're sailing on rivers, yeah.
So
avoiding the banks,
yeah,
as they say.
So it's quite different which experience these teams has, but they are very proud of representing their nations. And then it's on a lake. The teams we have today, they're used to sail on open water.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we have like, for example, Team Switzerland. Team Switzerland is used to sailing on lakes, right?
Yeah.
But Team Switzerland also has won the America's Cup twice. I mean, that is so anything can happen. It's not because you don't have access to the ocean. It's not because you don't have the best sailors in the world. the underdogs. I like to root for the underdogs. I mean, I like the big teams and all, but it's always great to be watching the underdogs, and that's what we'll be watching a little bit later. We'll be taking a look, and sometimes it's more interesting to be looking at what's happening in the back of the field and seeing who's going to get eliminated. We'll see that more and more, especially tomorrow. But for the time being, we still don't have very much wind on the water, so we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be getting back to you as soon as the wind settles in. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching us. Stay tuned. We will be back, whether it be morning, afternoon, or evening back home. Stay in touch. We'll be right back. The wind is going to come up, that's for sure. It's been announced, so you just stay tuned. Thank you, guys. See you soon.
engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back here in studio. And Jan, we're getting ready for some racing. We're getting back on the water here. The wind has come a little bit into us.
Yeah, I guess all we needed to do was take a little break for the wind to be able to come back. So it should be exciting. I know the boats are out there. They're sailing right now. We've got Marco that's out on the water. So let's join Marco. And Marco, can you hear us? What's going on?
Yeah, glad to have you guys back with me.
Guys, we have no...
Can you hear me? We seem to have some technical problems.
Know what's going on?
Hi, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, Marco.
Oh, perfect.
We can hear you
Great.
loud and
Great
clear.
to have you guys back with me. Good. So yeah, we had some issues with the Tahiti boat. Apparently there was some problems with the halyard for the kite or something like similar. And so our amazing shore team had to climb up the mast, fix it, and now they're back underway, and it seems like we're going to get a race start finally in shortly, probably in roughly 10 minutes or so. So yeah, that's great news for all of us racing fans.
Yeah. Any exciting things you're seeing out there, Marco, we need to know more about?
About what's going on.
I mean, finally, we're getting some starting procedure trials. So we have all the teams coming up, pinging the starting line, trying to understand their time on distance. So how many lengths they are below, kind of gauge all of that. And yeah, that's what we're kind of seeing at the moment. Everyone has their jib up. And yes, looks like everybody's ramping up for sailing.
Yeah, beautiful. We're looking at Team Tahiti right here. We could see them as we were waiting on our little pause that we were doing. We were seeing the boats from afar, and it looks like everybody started sailing. It looks like finally the wind is coming up, and we're looking at the race committee flags. We see the orange flags between the two boats, which signifies the starting line.
Yeah. And that time when it's coming up, then we also get to tell how far they are from the start. And it's around 10 minutes right now, so we are counting down.
Yeah, we're going to get a countdown. I mean, basically what happens is the racing rules stipulate that the orange flag goes up and the start may not be given less than 5 minutes before that. So obviously the flags have gone up, and looks like we have 4 minutes and 45 seconds to the start, and this is where it's going to start getting exciting. Remember, before we went off the air, we were talking about the start procedures. We were talking about that final minute, being able to get a good start, to get a start with some speed in order to get off the line real quick. And we were talking about that number one position. There he is, number one. We see he's got his harness on, and he's got knee pads on. Everybody's ready. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
They're getting ready. The squad is really getting into the mental beast. They've been waiting now for
this is the beginning of the battle. I mean, they're in it right now.
Yeah.
When the 4 minutes go, that is the official time of when the battle really begins. Here we go. We are in the 4 minutes. So now what's going to be really interesting is starting to see everybody's game, how they line up, how they're starting to figure out what side of the line they're going to go on. They're going to sail the line. They're going to make sure the line is not skewed, being an advantage maybe to the windward side or to the committee side or the pin start of the line.
And it looks like Team Bermuda very focused here on the race also coming in. And it's a very important time now, this pre-start, because it's now they need to line up. It's now they need to fight for the things. The wind, you can see they're going upwind. Of course, they're going upwind as told, and they're going up to a top mark. But the battle for positions, you can see here the committee boat close to us, and the other boat in the other end, we call the pin end mark.
That's right. It's very interesting to see that. 4 minutes, we had the P flag go up. If you look at the race committee boat, the flag that's in the middle with the white square is a P flag, and that signifies basically that the team needs only to be on the other side of the line when they begin the race. So typically, if with any other flag, we would draw a triangle between the starting line and the windward buoy, and you're not allowed to be up above that. But with this P flag, they could essentially be above the line, duck down at the last minute, and then just get going and get a flying start.
Ah, so that's almost a downwind start, as we know in the virtual.
That's not a downwind start, but I mean, it's definitely another way that they could get the start. It's an option they have. Obviously, they're probably not going to do that because the risks involved are enormous. But it is something that is possible with that P flag. There we go. We've got all the P flags. So we had that orange flag, which signifies between the two boats the starting line. The P flag, which gives us the rule, which will be applied in the last minute. And then we have the SSL Gold Cup flag, which is the class flag. When that flag goes down, you'll see another flag, which is a green checkered, which will come up, which signifies that is the beginning of the race.
And now it's going to be interesting. There's less than 2 minutes to the start. This means that the teams, they need to find a position now. We saw in the yesterday's races, they need 40 seconds if they want a start with speed to come to the starting line from a certain point. And today, I think they need 1 minute, so they are really fighting it out now.
Yeah, they're jockeying it out for position right now. Everybody seems to be going towards the race committee end of the boat, which means that we're going to have a classic start. Everybody will be obviously on the starboard tack going up. They're all gauging one another, trying to figure out what they're going. There you can see the tactician on the right-hand side who's talking to the skipper.
Really battling it out here. They're getting to position.
Yeah, this is really intense. We're 1 minute and 15 seconds in. If they mess this up right now, this could be the whole start. And this is the first of their 2 races that they have today. They've got to get this right. We're in the last minute here. We're about to get there. We've got 1 minute and 2 seconds that are going out on the clock. This is essential. Here we go. They're lining up. Number 1 is the number 1 position man, the bowman right there, telling them what's happening there.
And it's quite interesting. Bermuda taking same position as last night's race, with the last race they did yesterday. And they're going
we were talking about 45 seconds to get started. Here we go. We're at 40 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, getting close to each other. Who's that? Antigua going in behind. I think it's behind Tahiti. Oh, it's going to be a very, very close one. And as you said, they will go very close to each other, but they need to time it.
29 seconds.
Oh, 20 seconds. Are they timing it well? They're coming to the starting line.
All right, everybody's getting luffed up by the first boat right here. They can go head to win. That's as far as they can go. They can go head to win, and that's what everybody's doing. We can see Tahiti is telling them, slow down, slow down. Well, we've got the bottom boat, which is bearing away. Now everybody's bearing away. We've got 8 seconds left to go to the clock. We even have some speed. We'll see time and distance right here. Is it going to be good? What are they going to get the start? Here we go. There's the start.
No false start. It looks like a clean start for all of them. A slow start. First there, they're crossing the starting line. And Antigua has the worst start.
Look at that. Yes.
A slow one for them.
Antigua, Barbuda, they're a very slow start. Here we go. The Puerto Ricans getting a good start. They've got some good speed. It looks like they're going on a high mode. They're going to try to squeeze Tahiti, which is right in the middle right there. They're trying to get up there.
But now we have this about rules and everything. Yes, Bermuda, they are caught in a little bit wind shadow by all of them, and they cannot tack because they're not in front of it. So right now we have Puerto Rico actually controlling the race. But what are they doing? They're tacking in front of it.
Big left-hand shift right there.
Interesting call here. They're going in front of the team of Bermuda, but let's see.
There we go.
That
was that left-hand shift that we just saw in the previous picture.
So they're taking the lead. It's only 5-10 meters. Everything can happen, but you can see behind there's a small battle.
Let's real quick. We're gonna get the replay of the start that's gonna come in. It'll be really interesting to see what's happening. There we go. We can see those wind shifts that are going on.
Let's go. Oh, clean start. But where is Bermuda? They're caught there behind the other boats, and they're slowing down.
Yeah. You could tell the difference between the 3 lower boats that are out there. Just in the body positioning of the guys, they're really hiking out. They're trying to get that boat as straight forward as they can to make sure they get as much speed as they can. Now we saw Bermuda that is closest to the race committee boat. Now what's good about that position is that they can bear away and they can get some speed. However, yes, they were the slowest ones to get the start.
It's quite.
We saw that big left hand shift.
Yeah, it's
and now by
an early
shifting,
attack. It's early attack, but they're also in the last position, so they need to find another wind pressure. They need to find another way to come up to the top mark, because right now they need to catch speed because they're
right
losing
now what
momentum
they're
there.
doing is they've had that huge left hand shift,
Yeah.
and so what that's doing is they need to tack, and that's pretty much going to send them in a straight line up to the windward mark.
But interesting call, Puerto Rico is going the same way as Tahiti there, where Bermuda is continue going to the left-hand side. So quite interesting, this small tack battle. When will Bermuda start tacking? And there's the tack coming in from Bermuda. Oh yeah, it's coming in. It's a little bit slow tack they're doing, but right now, who do we have here? It's boat number 4. It's Tahiti coming in here. They are still in the lead, or is it Puerto Rico? There it is. It's Puerto Rico going to the left-hand side, and see Tahiti. They are a little bit slow there. So right now, Puerto Rico finds some wind in the right-hand side, going upwind. And quite interesting, it's quite a battle. And as we said in the start, when we were explaining how this works, you cannot sail straight forward to the mark like a motorboat, a speedboat, but you really need to find the wind and then do the zigzagging or the tacking upwind, crossing and finding wind. Right now, Puerto Rico is what we call a port side, and soon they might tack in and take starboard and then have the advantage in front of the other boats.
Yeah, we see that they managed to get a good start. They got out front, and they were able to go fast, and that was what allowed them to be able to quickly be able to tack and to get out in front of the other teams.
Yeah, but also they only are able to do this early tack because they actually had a very good start on the right-hand side of the whole group when you saw the starting line, where Bermuda was caught behind in wind shadow and didn't have the speed, and they're actually losing speed against the other boats. But here we see Team Bermuda from the sky. They are not battling the same structure.
Well, Antigua Barbuda, which was the boat which started the closest to the race committee, even though they did get the slowest start off, I mean, they did manage to have some room around them and were able to attack quite early.
We just saw Bermuda going in front of Tahiti there, taking control of them. We saw them cross over in a starboard and then tack in front of Tahiti to control them. So they see a small battle there. So it's interesting. Antigua, they are all by themselves at the moment, and the same with Puerto Rico, where the two other boats already battling for position.
Yeah, we saw Tahiti was placed really in a difficult position. They were, they were squeezed out by the guys that were underneath them. They then fell behind. They then had a problem to be able to tack because they were covered by the other boats. Just a succession of different little things and puts them down about 118 meters.
But see Bermuda, they are capturing speed now. They are actually taking the lead. Puerto Rico is still in port tack. They are in the opposite right-hand side, where Bermuda is controlling the opposite side. So let's see if they're getting close to each other or what it is. We miss a little bit the overview here, but Antigua fighting in there, crossing in. See there, side by side going upwind. But Bermuda has placed themselves on the inside right now, so that might help them a little bit when they're coming to the top mark. All about timing.
Yeah, it's all about timing, and it's also about boat positioning. We see, who is that just shifted over?
I think it's Bermuda that is tacking away.
Antigua Barbuda, yeah, right there in third place. They just tacked. They centered themselves back into the middle of the playing game. Like you gotta think about this as a playing game, right? It's basically like a sideways square, right? So basically, they're trying to set in there. If they go too far to the outsides, they're taking a lot of risk. By being centered, they're having less risk. Now, there's less gains, right? It's kind of snakes and ladders.
But see here the battle is coming on. See Bermuda, they made an early tack going to the left-hand side again, and it looks like, if we can see the top mark, they might need to tack one more time to come up to the top mark. They're going to what we call the ley lines. The ley lines is the optimal angle towards the top mark, and you can see it's like there's a line in front of there, and Tahiti, they're actually almost on the ley line, getting ready to approaching the top mark, and Puerto Rico really losing momentum at the moment. So great race by Bermuda. It's like we saw them yesterday on the open waters. They were really good in the tactic stuff upwind.
Yeah, there's really not much in it between Puerto Rico and Tahiti. There's about 15 meters, 10 meters.
Yeah, but Puerto Rico has the advantage. They're coming in starboard, where Tahiti is already in port side. So it's all about how close Puerto Rico is going to Tahiti here. But Antigua, what a terrible start they have in this race, especially after yesterday's performance.
Yeah, I mean, right now, obviously port and starboard have something to do with this, but they're not really going to be looking at that right now. What they're looking at right now is to make sure that tactically they're setting themselves up in order to not be able to have somebody else get in their way. Generally, you want to say that you want to be between your opponents and the mark that you're trying to get to. You never leave an opponent by your side. So right here, you know, we have Antigua Barbuda, which is over on the right-hand side. It's a dangerous game to play. They're 200 meters further down. Now, either they roll the dice, they go off to the right, and they get a shift, and they're back into the game, or it's the opposite. It's sort of a high roller's risk right now for them.
But Jan, it's also a huge discussion because you see Puerto Rico, they're taking the chance, going in starboard all the way in front of Bermuda. And now, if we are pretty sure without seeing the graphics, they're attacking just in front of Bermuda. They just lost around 8 meters in the lead. So they're just in the lead in front of Bermuda and controlling it. You can see it here and controlling the two other boats.
What a wonderful shot that is, just absolutely beautiful.
But they have one issue. Bermuda and Tahiti is on the inside.
Yeah.
So when they're coming
right
to
now, the most favored boat right here is the one that's on the bottom left because he's casting wind shadow over the other two. As you can see, the last boat is really in the wind shadow, and they're just, you know, sort of coming down. They have no other option.
They're removing it right now. So great move by them. When we saw the angle, it was a beautiful shot. So now Bermuda is outside of the wind shadow. They're controlling right now Puerto Rico. But what we need to say is when they're coming to the top mark, there's a special rule at the top mark. There needs to be 3 boat lengths. Imagine there's 3 boat lengths from the top mark out, and that's what we call the mark.
Puerto Rico with their high mode right now,
great
getting in front of Bermuda, and there's no more problem now. I mean, they're going to attack. They've got room to attack. They can't. The Bermudians can't do anything about it. This is really where you see that high mode, and you see that boat which is down below, which is going further down because they're being right now. They're in that disturbed air of that boat, which is just in front of them, which is exactly what Puerto Rico wanted. That's what they call the high mode, and in doing that, they know that they're going to cast a wind shadow behind the boats. But you're going to ask me the next question is, how come they managed to get a wind shadow on boats that are upwind of them?
Yeah, it's because you're capturing the wind, and you're sailing upwind, and you're actually sailing a little bit faster than the wind pressures, and that's why there might be a wind shadow. I believe so. But maybe you have another suggestion what's going on. But it's quite amazing here because
the boats cast wind shadows windward and leeward of the boats. Obviously, the leeward wind shadow is a lot bigger, but there is a small windward wind shadow. Perturbed air coming off the top side of the boat. There we go. And now we're getting to that upper mark. Everything they've been working towards is right now is being set up right now. So we are what they call mark 1A. This is the windward mark. They now have to go to an offset mark. Also, this little bit right here is called dog leg.
And they're really fighting for it because now they need to be really focused. Bermuda coming in. Oh, quite some distance Puerto Rico they managed to get down there. So quite well done by them. But now
and look who's coming back into the picture. We've got Antigua Barbuda, which is getting right back in it. And we've got Tahiti, I believe, which is right on the bottom, which is getting squeezed out. They're in that they're in that high mode, but they're not going anywhere. Remember when we were talking about going high, really close to the wind, but slow? Well, that's exactly what's happening right now.
And they're
having a real tough time getting
now
around
the spinnaker comes up. See, there is already one spinnaker launch out there. Ooh, what happened? Oh, it's just a slow launch. Oh, will they get it right today? I think so. But see,
that's an early set with that spinnaker, and they haven't really gotten down there. Now, were they trying to, protect their position? Well, we could see that the boats have gone slightly windward.
That
of
could
that
also
dog
be
leg.
a tactic slowing down at the mark, so the other boat needs to keep clear of it.
You don't want to slow down.
No, I know, but still controlling and actually manage. You can see how slow Antigua is actually launching it, and they are straight away going opposite. So we have a split battle. We have a battle between Puerto Rico and Bermuda going downwind, and actually Bermuda is having the advantage here because they control wind shadow and control the race. But Antigua going opposite.
Yeah, look at the grinder. You see that footwork?
Yeah.
You see that? That's what we were talking about earlier. Now he's choosing which wind she's using.
Yeah. But that's interesting. Antigua going away from the other ones, trying to find some wind and go out of the wind shadow and see 84 meters in between Puerto Rico and Bermuda. Quite a battle, but Tahiti, it looks like they have some speed on that boat. Can we see something about the speed here over here? It looks like they are slightly faster than rest of the fleet at the moment. So interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. We can see the first three boats are playing the tactical game. If you go up on the right, you go down on the left, and it just looks like Tahiti, or no, it just looks like Antigua is rather playing the pressure game. I think, from what it seems, it kind of looks like as though there's a little bit more pressure on the right-hand side of the race course, and Antigua saw that, and you can tell the other teams now they're starting to come back to the center. So maybe that's what's happening. There goes another boat that's jibing.
You can see the only boat that hasn't jibed is Bermuda right now. He's looking for wind. You can see he's looking what's happening, what are the other ones doing, the tactician, and then they're getting ready to jibe, but they're losing momentum. See, they're losing distance towards the gate mark they're running for. So right now, Puerto Rico is on the leash, but see Antigua, we need to keep an eye on that. They found some wind in the opposite side.
Yeah, exactly. So we saw the beginning of a split, and then we saw everybody that was going off onto the left-hand side of the race course come back to the right-hand side.
And I know it looks like Puerto Rico are in the lead with 130 meters to 200 meters, but that distance can be lost quite fast if you're finding less wind and if the other ones are finding a harder breeze. And also when they're going to jibe, because yesterday we saw jibing for these nations is pretty hard. There we can have some big issues that the boat is controlling how they are doing the jibe.
Yeah, obviously jibing, you know, when you don't have a lot of pressure in that spinnaker, it's tough to get it to fly around the front of the boat and to not get everything, you know, bound up and knotted up. So that is going to be one of the key things. You know, we'll take a look at that. We'll make sure that we're taking a good look at what's happening. But let's not forget one other thing. When you're sailing downwind, the wind is coming from behind you. So being a leader at that point is not really an advantage because you're the last one to get the wind.
Yeah, but also at the same time, but right now it is a small advantage because there's nobody pressuring Puerto Rico in this case. You can see Bermuda going opposite. They're really keeping their jibe here. They're really keeping their distance. You can see they're going all the way to the ley line and hoping to find some more wind to cross in, where the rest of the fleet has actually kept themselves in the middle and a little bit going to the left-hand side.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Puerto Rico, right now is our leader.
Yeah.
And they are right dab smack in the middle of the race course. So they're not taking any risks. Here we go. Look at this. Very interesting to see. Taking less risks. They're in the middle. Now, less risk, less gain.
Yeah.
But, you know, they've got 161 meters to play with. They don't have anybody bothering them. We've got Tahiti and Antigua, which is over on the right-hand side, and they're fighting. They're fighting between each other, which is great news for the others because they can just concentrate on going fast.
And it looks like Tahiti, they actually have a bigger angle on the boat than Antigua has, so they are trying to get as close as possible to Antigua, and it's because when they're going to jibe next time, then they will throw some wind shadow on Antigua. So they're trying to get as close as possible to have this battle. So this is almost a sword and shield battle where they're trying to capture the momentum.
It's going to come. It's about to come because they're getting really close to the ley line now. And so, I mean, we need to stay on these images. Here we go. We've got the two. We can see the two spinnakers in the same shot right here. Everybody's very concentrated, and I can tell you that there's no one talking on that boat right now.
6 meters in between them.
Here
So
we go.
10 meters,
Here we go. First boat is jibing. We're gonna get a matching jibe. Let's look at the spinnakers. There we go. Those grinders. They're in third gear, full speed right there.
Oh, great move.
There it is.
No mistakes
Beautiful.
in it. No mistakes today. So the battle is on, and now it's all about how much wind shadow are they throwing onto Antigua. See, they're winning 5 meters right now, according to the mark round they're coming in. But no, it looks like they're surviving. So Shannon Falcone is fighting for not losing his momentum and his position. And just in front of them, there we have Puerto Rico making their jibe, going towards the gate mark. And they actually went a little bit outside of the ley line, and that's quite interesting. And while we have been following all these 3 boats, the battle here, you can see Bermuda has won 120 meters in total, and they are speeding up right now. They are on the ley line, going towards that gate mark. So Bermuda might have been doing the tactical strategy here and really winning momentum. So now it's
Look at
a
that one.
race.
30 meters in between them. Going to both sides. So one side we saw we're using the pressure, and the other side we're using really the tactics of sailing less distance. Now it's going to be really interesting once they get up to those gates. What is Bermuda going to do? Are they going to decide to go to the left-hand gate or to the right-hand gate? It really depends on what's going on. If we tactically speaking, they should be going to the right-hand side.
Yeah. But it's all about the wind pressure also, because if
It
there's
is.
no wind pressure on that side, they will lose momentum. Because again, we are coming to the word you said earlier.
Exactly, and if the
VMG.
pressure's on the
So,
right, then tactically you're on the right. Everybody's going to be going for that right hand.
But Puerto Rico, they need to stay on the side. They
Okay,
they
now
cannot
what's
cross
really
over.
important down here is that when they go around these marks, they have to absolutely keep their speed. Now, what's going to be really interesting around here is that
18
Puerto
meters,
Rico,
yeah, it's
they've
good.
got to drop the
16.
spinnaker, jibe, and go back up.
They're going in. It's all about taking down that spinnaker.
Here we go.
And let's see.
5 to 7 seconds.
Now it's going down. Both of them at the same time.
Come on,
15
there you
meters in between them. Bermuda is fastest, but
Don't
is
put
it
the
too
spinnaker
early?
in the water, boys. Don't put the spinnaker in the water.
And it's rounding the mark. It looks like Bermuda is surviving this better than Puerto Rico is doing. But let's see, Puerto Rico is free
we
now.
have a split.
It's interesting here. Where is the wind?
Very nice drop and jibe.
Yeah, but let's see what Bermuda would do. Will they tack straight away and follow Puerto Rico, or will they stay in the left-hand side? Quite interesting call now. That's the tacticians. So where is the wind? They're looking for it. Maybe Marco can give us small instruction out there. Where is the wind?
Yeah, that
left
would
or
be
right
great,
side?
because it's really tough for us to see. Marco, if you can hear us and you can give us a little information about that, that would just be wonderful. As we keep watching these drops. Oh
Yeah,
no,
guys,
what's happening?
there's-
Look at this. Go ahead, Marco. Oh, that's
Oh
a
no,
big
we see
mess.
Antigua here
There's-
just dropping their kite. Oh, it's in the water. It's in the water.
Yeah, Puerto
Very
Rico.
slow down for Antigua.
Yeah, we've got the onboard camera, Marco, with Puerto
Rico here.
with Puerto Rico, and it looks like they've made just a big mess of that dropping of that drop line.
But where is the wind, Marco?
But it looks like, so we have a split course, as you guys said. We have Bermuda on the left side, Puerto Rico here on the right. Can't really tell where the breeze is, but it's very, very patchy. And as we saw, there's a lot of shifts going on here. We saw Bermuda took full advantage of just doing their own thing, not playing the jibing game in the middle of the course with the other three teams. They were far out on the left, and they gained 2 positions, yes, from 4th to 2nd. Here we have Puerto Rico that they're just cruising along, trying to sort out, I believe, their kite. And not much hiking. They're still trying to figure out, I believe, when they want to tack and their timing. According to Bermuda, there's a lot of looking in that direction, looking up the race course to find some pressure here, because it's really hard to read, honestly. With the clouds coming over, it's difficult. It's difficult. Here we go. We've got them tacking right now, heading back to the middle of the race course. Let's see who's going to cross in front at the next one with between them and Bermuda.
Great, thanks for that information, Marco.
But Marco, here in studio, we can really see that Bermuda is taking the lead. 100 meters in that gate mark rounding. So the wind pressure is right now in the right-hand side of the course because they are going up, left-hand side, they're going upwind right now. So quite amazing by Bermuda reading this. But they have one issue. When they're going to tack towards the top mark again, will they then lose momentum, and will Puerto Rico come back? So it's all about that wind pressure. But right now it looks like Bermuda found the golden ball.
Yeah, what I really would like to see is I would like to see some of these crews have really a joint shift. When they change side from the boat, I would really like to see a nice pump. I would really like to see everybody go up at the same time and try to get that drive out of that boat. And that's something really beautiful to be watching.
They're looking for the top mark. They're trying to calculate where the ley line is, but they need, according to our data here, they need to go a little bit further out to find the ley line. So it can be a little bit too early to tack upwind. But again, it's all about what is Puerto Rico doing. Are they finding wind in the opposite side? And it looks like, in my eyes, that Puerto Rico is making a too big an angle towards the top mark. So they are sailing out much longer distance towards the top mark than Bermuda is doing, and Bermuda is tacking up now, so quite interesting what's going to happen.
Yeah, if we follow the tracker, it just sort of seems like we're getting sort of a little bit of a right-hand shift, and we see Bermuda that's just obviously must have been seeing something, because they're coming right back to the center of the game.
Yeah, but maybe they're putting themselves in the center of the upwind lake here, because the wind is shifting very much
exactly.
out there.
I mean,
so then they have some time to react on it, so they can tack to the left or tack to or keep that distance towards the right all the way to the ley line. So interesting what's coming. But the battle here is still, we can't see Puerto Rico and Bermuda at the same picture right now. They are far away from each other, but it can still be a very interesting battle, because Puerto Rico will have to ride away when they're going towards the top mark.
Yeah, Bermuda and Puerto Rico, we see that there's a difference here of 108 meters, and we've got Puerto Rico, which is sort of on the right-hand side, and to me that number should be dropping.
No,
we'll see what
it's keeping stable right
we
now. So maybe Bermuda is having a better wind shift in there, or wind pressure. But also see who's following Bermuda right now. That's Tahiti. They're following it the same way.
Now that for the time being, all teams have at least done, except for Antigua, have done 2 tacks. So. Everybody's done the same amount of tacks. There we go. That was
the battle. See, now they're coming in. Will Puerto Rico know they have to tack upwind? They are not close enough to Bermuda, and they acknowledge that. So they're getting ready for the downwind battle. So they're getting ready for when they're coming to the Spinnaker launch, and see if they can come behind Bermuda and take some wind pressure away from them.
Yeah, that was a pretty good shift. Obviously, they don't want to be going, getting into the wind shadow, and they're staying more in the middle of the race course. Here we look at the concentration back there on the helmsman, the driver. He's really concentrated on making that boat go fast. You can really see the body language right there. As the others are hiking out and they're looking around, they're trying to see if there's any wind or if they can do anything to make the boat go a little bit faster. And I'll tell you, here we go. Like you see how the helmsman has dropped down now to the leeward driving position, and that's so that he can really get a great view of what's happening on the jib.
Yeah, but right now it looks like Bermuda is actually a little bit in control here, because all the boats, all the competitioners, Puerto Rico, Tahiti, are on the same tack as Bermuda. So, and Bermuda is in the lead with 120 meters. So interesting what's going to happen there.
Yeah, we can see right here in the picture that everyone is doing their job. And so certain guys are looking up at their sails, making sure they're trimming. You see them, our main sail trimmer, which is back there in the middle of the boat. We've got the tactician, which is looking around. Our driver, our helmsman, which is very concentrated. He's also looking around to see if he's seeing where his competitors are, trying to get a real good idea of where everything is on the race course.
But see the distance there. Right now, Bermuda is capturing more wind than the rest of the teams. They are in a position where there's good wind pressure, so let's see what happens there. And let's see right now. Antigua is coming in with a cross again, and they're coming from the opposite side. They are in the port side, and let's see starboard, but they are too far behind Puerto Rico when they're coming up to the mark. So let's see what's coming in.
$240 meters lead right now. So we're seeing that lead that's really coming out. It's like, you know, that's exactly what Marco told us. It's really patchy out there. It's kind of crazy. You know, we were thinking going over to the right-hand side would have been tactically better with the, but apparently it's a little shifty. And if we look out on the water right now, we see that there's a little bit of a dark patch over there on the left-hand side, and that's exactly where Bermuda is.
Yeah, but Bermuda, it looks like they have speed enough, but we can't see it straight away here. But they are comfortable in the lead, but they're losing momentum now, so maybe the wind is shifting again. So let's see what happens there.
They're still hiking out. Not everybody's in a full hiking position.
But one of the reasons they can use they can lose a little bit.
We can see right there.
Attack,
you can see all the shifts right there on the water. You notice how you can see the different colors, right? So that's the wind that's just bouncing off the top of the water. It's not yet completely settled in, but we obviously see from that picture that there is definitely some wind out there. We can tell that. It's easier to see that when we look at it from a boat. The perspective of a boat than from the perspective of a drone. But I mean, it's very light. Look at the crew right there. Look at the crew there. There's a lot of people that are down on the bottom. We just had 2 crew members come up, try to get a little bit of a pump, get a little bit more pressure. One by one, they're coming back up.
Yeah, but what's
Bermuda right
there?
there is, are they going to be able to make it, or are they going to have to do a double tack to get to the windward mark? So this will be interesting. If they do a windward tack, that 130 meter advantage that they have right now, it's going to be difficult.
It looks like they will be able to make it. On the tracker we just see here, it looks like Bermuda is a little bit out of course, that they're not finding the wind they want to, and they want to control it a little bit. So they are, instead of focusing on going to the top mark, they are focusing on keeping speed, because Puerto Rico is getting closer and closer to them. But this also might mean...
Evans right there, back there, just very concentrated, making sure that he can get to that buoy. I mean, it would be a catastrophe if he has to make a double tack.
But it looks like right now that it could be one of those where he needs to do a double tack. But let's see how it goes. Right now we have one of the guys going in the picture here. There we go. And you can see they're really looking for that mark, because they need to change the angle a little bit. Oh, they're a little bit below.
So very interesting here. You see, oh, look at this. Are they going to be able to make it? Yeah, they might. They might do it. So they're going to be using all the speed they have. They're going to be going head to wind. They're going to lose a lot of speed, but they're not going to have to do a double tack. So what we saw on the tracker was correct. It was going to be very difficult. They just managed to avoid that double tack, and now they're going to be putting the spinnaker out right away. The reason they do that is because there is no more dogleg. Notice the difference in color of the buoy. We had yellow buoys before. We now have a pink one. So what happened is the wind shifted in direction and probably in strength. And so when that happens, a pink marker is put out on the water, and that is the new buoy that they need to go to.
That might be why they shifted direction suddenly. But here, there's one issue with that mark rounding they did, Bermuda. They slowed down, and if Puerto Rico is doing a great mark rounding and launch that spinnaker correct, no, it looks like it's a slow launch, then they have a chance to capture in. But what's happening there?
It looks like they haven't quite fed the spinnaker all the way out to the tack.
Oh, a very slow one. So they're not capturing the wind the right way. Oh, that might be costly. They had a chance to come back in this race, but let's see what happens. 36 seconds behind, and
that's
now
a bit of a shame that it took them that long to get that spinnaker up, because that's not going to be helping them.
No, and
There
it
we
looks
go.
like
We
it's
see
not
a
capturing
jury
the
right
wind.
there, an umpire with the umpire shirt, which is looking at what's happening. Well, we do have umpires that do on-water umping.
Yeah.
And so any decision that is made, any protest that is made between two boats can be accepted or denied by the on-water. So we have a direct penalties that are given on the water.
And here we see the teams like pearls on a string going downwind. But quite interesting, see the red line here in the tracker. See how Tahiti came way outside of the ley line and not getting towards the mark in a good position. So they actually had to sail a bit longer distance to come up there. But it looks comfortable. Downwind towards the finish line to Team Bermuda. They're doing a great job here. Puerto Rico in second. And if Bermuda is actually, I have to say, they are in a good position where Antigua is actually have a chance to capture Puerto Rico in a small battle here. So it looks like Bermuda is just outside of that wind battle. See there behind, we can almost see it.
Yeah, it's going to be a real question of trying to figure out what the angle is and what time are they going to want to jibe. Oh, well, look at that. We've got some spectator boats that are checking out and having a good time. Hopefully they're not going to cast any wind shadow on our racers. If that's the case, obviously the racers will take that into account. Remember, the lake is open. Everyone can sail. There is no exclusion zone. So we could theoretically have boats in the middle of the racing area.
And that's quite some obstacles they can have in there. But look at the beautiful boat from Bermuda sailing downwind towards the finish line. They are the leaders, and see, they are winning momentum right now. And it looks like Puerto Rico is losing momentum. Antigua is getting closer and closer, so we might have a battle for second and third coming up towards the finish line. So we need to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, it looks like Bermuda now with the 170-meter lead are pretty. You know, they've pretty much got a good lead. If they can keep that lead and they can stay in the pressure. We saw just earlier that the pressure was more in the middle of the field. Right now, it's not so much a question of the pressure. Right now, it's a question of not getting stuck in that battle between Puerto Rico and Antigua. They're going to be battling it out. Now, that's exactly what Tahiti is saying to themselves. There it is.
They did the jibe. So now there is a huge battle, and Bermuda can take it a little bit more slow. They just don't need to do any mistakes now.
Look at this jibe. We can just really nicely see, bam, there we go, filling up with the spinnaker. That's a really fluid, nice jibe. Look at this. Look. Everybody up to the windward. You see how they're moving from leeward to windward and now back to leeward? So they're getting that pump, right? That's something that they can do. When they do that, what they do is they go from a heeling motion to straightening up the mast. And it does two things. It catches the air and it gives them a little bit of a pump as you might see a windsurfer do, right? But don't forget there's a keel underneath the boat, and that also helps because as soon as the keel's going through the water with the main sail, that gives them that little extra pump, and all they need are a couple more meters, and 1 meter at a time, they're going to get to the finishing line.
We're
on the fourth leg, by the way, so this is the final leg.
It's the final leg. They're going towards the finish line, but there are two battles right now. We have the battle Puerto Rico versus Antigua, and it looks like Antigua is getting closer and closer, but also see at the same time, Bermuda is losing momentum. And there is still how many meters towards the finish line? I think we're around 600 meters, 500 meters left. So it's quite interesting if Bermuda is going to lose it on the finish line again. So there we go. They're losing big momentum. There's no wind. You can just see how the other boats are speeding on them.
Yeah, exactly. And now, in order to defend their position, they're going to have to be sailing a little bit higher. So, Bermuda is just going to get a lead that's been going more and more and more and more and more.
No.
And the other ones. But it seems to be going down. So it looks kind of as though they have...
they're not sailing at all.
What's happening?
What's happening? They're not getting any speed into that boat.
Bermuda right now, they've lost a lot. And so either they have no wind or
what happened?
Or something is
stuck.
The
sail is down. The sail is damaged. No. Bermuda is not sailing. That's why.
Well, they're not sailing. I mean, they're not moving. They're sailing, right? So we've got an issue right here. We've got some. So it just looks like they have no more wind. They're just getting stuck. Look at that lead. That lead is just dwindling down to 72 meters right now. The pressure was on the other side. They tried to stay out of that battle, and
he also there. The
they
wind
don't
is
have
just
any wind either.
disappearing.
We're 600 meters away from the finishing line. No one has any more wind. This is turning into quite the.
Oh! The wind pressure just disappeared in the middle of the race towards the finish line, and it looks like
we actually have
Bermuda's
1,000 meters to the finishing line. We could see up there. We're on leg 4. We have 1,000 meters down to the finishing line. The leader is lost. Oh, look at this, 56 meters left.
See, Puerto Rico is smiling, Gonzalez is smiling. Oh, this is a battle. He just needs to make sure capturing some wind better than the others.
Oh, they're talking. So they're smiling, but they're really concentrating. Look at this. We're getting... Antigua is being able to luff. We can see the pressure on the right-hand side of your screen right there. Look on the right-hand side of the screen. You see that? That's pressure that's coming down. That little darker patch on the water right there. That's pressure that's coming down. But you see how tight those spinnakers are? They've pulled those spinnakers all the way in. They're as close as they can get. As a matter of fact, we just saw the spinnaker, come back down on itself. So they were too close to the wind. They're really doing everything they can. So right now, I mean, they're not going towards the mark. What they're trying to do is make that boat move forward.
Yeah, and right now, the leader, Bermuda, is capturing some wind. They're winning momentum. Or else Puerto Rico and Antigua going downward. Oh, there it's going. Overlap coming in.
Overlap coming in, yeah. So you see, they got the pressure first. So this is what we're saying. Being in front on a downwind leg is not necessarily an advantage. Look at that. So they've just gotten taken over. Now they have to jibe because they're getting completely covered.
Yeah, they need to go away from that pressure. But there
All
we
right,
go.
now they've been forced into a jibe. This is not what they wanted to do. Now look at that, making sure that floater right there, giving a hand.
Really working for it. Oh, in these light conditions, and need to do an extra jibe. They lost the leader, so the positions are now they are 20 meters behind almost. So a jibe is very costly here.
Look at how fast that grinder is going right there. I mean, that coffee grinder is shaking all the way. Just full speed. I mean, there's either two things. Either there's absolutely no wind, and then he's able to go that fast, or he had the wrong gear in, and so he had to really turn very, very fast in order to barely get that spinnaker to come in.
But let's see if we can go up into tracker, because it's quite interesting what's happening now, because right now we can see most of the boats are keeping themselves in the middle of the race course, and they're actually going to the right-hand side right now. The left side they're going to when we're going downwind here. But Bermuda, they are in a good position, can sail in a straight distance almost towards the finish line downwind. But rest of the team, rest of the squads isn't an issue, and maybe it was a good call by Puerto Rico doing an extra jibe, because the other teams need to do a big jibe now.
Now we got Tahiti, which is all the way on the right-hand side of the course, and is jibing back right now. Maybe they found some pressure. They're 386 meters out, but they might be coming back in. Here we go. Bermuda, our leader, has got 174 meters, 75 meters. And gaining. They've come back from what looked to be a potential catastrophe of losing their lead all the way down to about 50 meters. Now they're back up, and it looks like they found some pressure again. They're 460 meters away from the finishing line, and they've got 190 meters. Keeps on growing, so it's looking like Bermuda, if they can keep this up, it looks like they might win race number 3.
Yeah, and Antigua is going in the same direction you can see here as Bermuda. They're going opposite, but they need to do a jibe soon, but maybe they will go all the way to the ley lines, because they have quite a wind pressure. They're winning momentum on Puerto Rico when we're seeing the distance towards the finish line.
Yeah, we could tell right around them there are no boats around them, so they're just taking it easy. Now they have 200-meter lead, so what they want to do is stay in that pressure. They found the pressure. We could see it in the screen. It's on the right-hand side, and now it's just going to be a question of when to jibe and making sure that jibe, has to be the most perfect jibe of this whole race right now. This is the one that counts. If they fluff this up,
Yeah, they might lose their first position and go in second. But we have a quite battle behind. We need to go a little bit behind. Tahiti versus Puerto Rico. We can see the distance. There's only 30 meters in behind them, and Puerto Rico dropped down to last position. So right now we have quite a speed out there. So quite interesting with the meters.
Yeah, you guys ready? Let's go.
So very concentrated here. You see they're not moving too quickly on the boat. Here we go, they're gonna wait, and then as soon as that, there we go. The spinnaker now does not have any more wind in it, and now you gotta quickly get it back, The number one is running back to try to help it out. They're gonna pull on that and make sure that they can absolutely get that spinnaker to float right away. It looks pretty good. Everybody's on the leeward side. Now they've got to make the battens pass on the mainsail, and we'll probably see everybody step up together to get a little riding moment. It is so really complicated when it's this I was gonna say shifty, but this, you know, it's not only is it shifty, but there's so little pressure right now, and this is really, you know, this is where you can tell who's got the experience and not. Right there. There we go. Look, putting the weight out in the front. Now, look at the back of the boat. You see how that transom is out of the water? It's exactly like Formula One, right? The less drag you have, the faster the boat goes. So earlier, you know, we've been talking a lot about sails, but you know, here's a perfect example of talking about the weight in the boat, having the weight down to leeward, like we said before, getting a little bit of a heeling motion and then a righting motion in order to pump, in order to get the boat. Now we're getting everybody forward, making sure that we have less drag on the back of the boat. And I can tell you, I'm sure they're not talking on that boat. It's got to be dead silent.
It's quite concentrated, quite good focus.
Here we go.
And there's the finish line.
Here we go. We're a boat length away from the finishing line. And we got Bermuda, which is just about to finish. We can see here the checkered flag, the buoy with the checkered flag, which signifies between the buoy and the blue flag on the race committee boat. And we're only a couple meters away, and here we go, Bermuda. There we go. Congratulations, boys.
What a joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, should I say? Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. That was a wonderful, wonderful race. Very exciting. It's amazing how exciting these races can be, even though there is so little wind.
Yeah, and it's quite amazing to see Bermuda. Yesterday they had quite, and I have to say there they were unlucky. Man overboard and also Spinnaker crashed, and today they're coming back and winning it. So great move.
Yeah, in a difficult sailing condition.
But it's quite interesting here. Maybe we should see the overview because right
Antigua,
now,
Barbuda now coming in right here.
Yeah, we can see them here in the picture, but the other boats are on the right-hand side of us. So let's see where they're coming. See, there's
there we
a small
go,
battle.
Antigua, Barbuda. Very concentrated. You know, the weight down to the bottom. We have Shannon right there. We can see him. He's just down. He's the mainsail trimmer. He's the team captain. He's got a lot of experience.
As we spoke about before with the meters, see Antigua is going in and taking second. It looks like it's going to be a close call. They found some more wind in the opposite side, and they're coming in front of Puerto Rico. So we are closing to that
they really
finish line.
did their own regatta the whole time. They didn't follow the others. They were really sailing their own race the whole entire time. And I mean, that's you know, that doesn't surprise me. Right there, Shannon, the guy that you can see, the big guy there, right there. He's team captain right there. You know, he's an America's Cup winner. You know, this guy, he's got a lot of experience right there.
So a win and a second to Antigua in the two races they had in this group stage.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Look at the concentration. It's not over till it's over. So slow.
It's slow, but nobody is close to them. There needs to come a really hard breeze against them.
Antigua Barbuda, congratulations. Getting into second place after that terrible start. I'm sorry to say it.
It was a terrible start in this race.
But they come back, man. They've been sailing their own race, their own thing, doing their own thing, and now we've got third and fourth. Look at this.
This is going to be a turtle speed towards the finish line. Who
Tahiti, Puerto Rico. Who's going to take it? Oh, look at this. This is impressive. Oh, what do we got? We got a boat length between both of them. It looks like maybe Puerto Rico is coming in, or is that Tahiti?
The whole boat needs to cross. Come on.
It's the bow that counts. It's not the bowsprit.
No.
There it is.
Tahiti is taking third. So
Oh,
unlucky.
Tahiti came back. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness gracious. What? Oh,
Race they
what
just
a
had
race. What a race. Unbelievable how exciting these
there.
little
Yeah.
races with
that
such little wind can
job
be.
for Puerto Rico was so costly.
Look at that, they can't believe it themselves.
No.
They can't believe it themselves.
Amazing. 6 seconds in a race like this in between two boats.
They look
That's great.
happy.
Yeah, and see there.
Félicitations Tahiti. Félicitations.
Saying thank you, and he's proud of that, taking that third. 6
That's
seconds.
tough. That's
Yeah.
really tough. Congratulations, because you gotta keep into it. You know, you gotta keep your mind into it. You gotta, you know, you can't throw the towel in until it's over. It's not over till it's over.
No,
Well, that was pretty exciting, even though we had that small, such
Quite
little
good
bit of wind.
race, and the hard part when you're sitting as a spectator at home is, hey, they're racing in the opposite sides and still racing against each other. So what's happening there? Because here we actually saw when they were splitting up the boats, the squads was actually approaching each other. But I have to say, well done by Bermuda in the end. They had the best tactics and reading the wind and the weather the best way in today's race. So great job by them.
Yeah, obviously they did a wonderful job. They won the regatta, but really what impressed me was Antigua and Bermuda. I mean, obviously they were the ones with the worst start, and not the worst start. I'm sorry, but they were definitely the slowest off the start. But that gave them a certain advantage. They were by themselves, and they managed to sail off by themselves, not be bothered by anybody else, try to go find the wind, read the wind shifts, and slowly but surely they came back and to place a very good second place with quite a lead over third and fourth.
Yeah, it's quite
So
amazing.
I'm very impressed with you know, doing their own thing and having confidence in themselves, and really interesting job. So now we see that obviously it looks like probably we're gonna have a little postponement due to the shifts and due to the fact that there's not much wind. We can see the teams here are shifting out. Serbia is going out on Bermuda. Bermuda is going out. Serbia is coming in. You see the short team, which is right there on the motorboats. Short team, an amazing short team. I think we can't say enough about those guys as they've been preparing the boats. The guy you were seeing there with the black T-shirt, that's Juan. Juan is just an impressive guy. He's leading right there. There he is. He's the head of the short team, and he's making sure that everything's going on. He's getting these boats ready. He's working pretty much night and day. So
yeah,
really impressive, really impressive. I mean, they're getting the guys back out there. They're bringing them back. They're fixing the boats and everything. Really a great team. Really a great team.
So quite interesting what's going in to the next race, because right now it looks like, hey, the wind is actually getting a little bit less right now again, but there's quite some wind pressures out there. So we have right now wind zones on the water where there's no wind and there's actually 6 to 8 knots wind. So what will the next race come up with, and all about what will the jury and the race officers do out there? How will they set up the new race course?
Yeah, I mean, we do have, as we said at the very beginning of this week, we are planning to do another 3 races today. At least that's the plan. Now we'll see what happens. But so this is why we're having the shift right now. So right now we're having the change of teams. So which means that we're now going to be having. We just saw Serbia getting onto the boat. We have Ireland, Estonia, and Belgium, which is now changing out. So this is why you see the motorboats right here in the screen, and everybody will be changing out. And like we said, the boats are the same. Everybody's using the same boats, so it's a very equal for everybody. And now we'll just see what the decision of the race committee is. Obviously, up here we're getting in this overall shot. It's difficult to say from up here. We could tell that it's light winds. We could tell that we could see some motorboats moving. We could see those red boats are the jury boats that you saw the jury with their umpire attire. very easy to be able to see them. I also really appreciate the starting flag. You know, that's something that's new that we don't see in sailing. As soon as the SSL flag goes down, then we have a green flag that goes
Coming
up,
up, and then the start is on.
Yeah, just kind of like car racing. The green flag is on, and we have a wonderful black and white checkered buoy to signify the finishing line. So there's a couple things that the SSL is really innovating on. And it's exciting to see this and to have this for us to be able to show you guys this of this qualifying series of this first round basically.
Yeah, and it's quite amazing. And now we are waiting for getting the signal for race number 2 of today. But right now, when we look at the water, yeah, there are some wind out there. You can see the wind breeze is coming in. You can see the waves on the water here. Quite good shot from the drone. But it looks like very flat on the right-hand side at the moment.
Yeah, you know what would be great is maybe we can get Marco to talk to us. And apparently Marco is with... is on a boat. Marco, here he is. There he is. Look at him.
Oh,
yeah. Hi, guys. So, yeah, we're here with Team Bermuda. They just took the W in this first race for the day. Interesting race, and we have with us Emily and Julia. So, yeah, how was the race?
It was a bit of a mind game there, at least that last leg. Wind kind of shut off, and, yeah, kind of tricky to keep that kite flying and going in the right direction in the breeze. Yeah, we had people looking in all directions, making sure we were staying in it in what little breeze there was. So, yeah, I mean, it felt good.
And so who was the most stressed on board right there at the finish?
Oh, I think all of our heart rates were pretty high, to be honest. I think the tacticians at the back and driver definitely feeling the pressure, but you know, they pulled it out of the bag and we managed to stay in all the pressure and straight to the finish.
And did you guys ever doubt that you'd get the win at any point?
You can't give in to that. You just got to stay positive and keep focusing on the line.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much, and congrats again on the win.
Thanks, Marco. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Wonderful to see this whole team out there. We've seen everybody, working hard, and obviously, they look quite calm for a team that's been winning. I think they're still in the game. They still know they've got to go back out there a little later today. They've got one more race that's planned. Here we go. Congratulations, guys. Yeah, beautiful. Really well done. We've got another team. We've got Puerto Rico, which is back there.
Cheering on them, saying great job.
Congratulating everybody. So good camaraderie out on the water. That's great. Marco, if you can still hear us, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on? Okay, apparently Marco can't hear us right now. That's fine. We'll get back to him a little bit later. There we go. So this is the view from where we are. Zoomed in quite a bit, actually.
So we can see the boats out in the distance. But again, you can see the big boat out there. There we have to score. Let's have a talk about it.
Provisional overall. This is very interesting. So we see Antigua and Bermuda. You know, they're in first place. So they've got the scoring system here is a little bit different. It's on a maximum scoring. So if you win, you get 4 points. So we see that they have 1 win, 2 second places. So you know they've been doing their own thing, but they're regularly up there. Puerto Rico also with 1 win, 3rd place and 4th place. Tahiti, you know, they've got last place, second to last, and 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. So we're looking for Tahiti right now to get back into the scoreboard because really, between Puerto Rico, Tahiti, and Bermuda, it's quite, it's quite
this
tight.
is quite
7,
open.
6,
This
6.
is quite open. 3 races coming in. There's 12 points on the stake. So everything is open in this group. Right now it looks good for Antigua. It looks like if they keep doing what they're doing, they will go into the next round. But the battle for that 2nd place, wow, it's wide
It's
open.
anybody's game right now. Yeah, it's
But
anybody's
also,
game.
Antigua needs to take care here, because if they are getting 0 points or 2 1-pointers, then they're almost out of the race again.
Yeah, I mean, they get
So-
one 1-pointer,
Yeah.
and then it's a tie between everybody.
Yeah, so they really need to focus. They really need to do their job quite well here. So great stuff. A whole open group we have here in Group 1 between Antigua, Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and Tahiti. So
Yeah.
3 races coming up.
Yeah, that's perfect. And now let's take a little bit. We'll have a quick look at the replay of what happened in this race. There it was. A little recap of what was going on of this race. A light wind race today, but nonetheless a very exciting race. I mean, the last 2 boats were probably within 3 feet, 1 meter of one another. It's just unbelievable to have that close of a racing after, I don't know, an hour's worth of racing.
Yeah, but even though the whole race has been closed, there's really been a battle on here today. So it was an amazing experience to have this race, even with light winds.
Yeah, and speaking of light winds, it is unfortunately, again, very, very light winds out there. So what the plan is right now is that we're going to do a little pause again, wait for the wind to come in, and then we'll continue on and introduce you to the teams and to their national anthems, and we'll have a couple more interviews. But before we get all that started, we want to make sure that we've got some wind on the race course. So we will see you very soon. Thanks for sticking with us, and we'll see you hopefully in 10 minutes like last time. We went on pause and we were right back again. So see you soon.
Yeah.
10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And for you that are joining us from the other side of the world, good afternoon or maybe good morning to you. It's the end of the day for us here. But however, we are very excited to get this racing underway. We are finally got some wind, but we've got a little surprise.
Yeah, a small surprise then, but we are going to have a great battle on the water. But we are here in the qualifiers series, and we're getting into group number 2. So who are we going to see in this race?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and this little surprise is that the wind has shifted 180 degrees. Here we are with our team comparisons. We have Team Belgium, which has the SSL ranking of 25th. We have Estonia, the Icebreakers, with Tonu Tonus as the captain. Ireland, the Green Armada, with Nin O'Leary. Serbia, Eagles, with Goran Stevanovic for the Serbians. Here we go with the
group stage. Yeah, we just had it short here. It's group number 2 of this event here, and let's just look into Team Belgium. You have them here on the screen.
That's right. We have Team Belgium. That's just right here in front of us. We have the tactician Sébastien Godefroy, the floater Sophie Faguet, and Emma Plashkart, who is these are the captains and our how shall we say, superstar hot shots.
Yeah, on the team. Yeah.
And right now, let's show you very quickly the Belgium anthem. Should just go to the end. Yeah, and that was the Belgium, the team that we just saw right now. Let's go real quick to the Estonians. The Estonians, as a tactician, we have Tonu Tonist. Main trimmer is Peter Sharashkin, and we also have the trimmer as Thomas Tuniste. So this is your Estonian team. Following right along, we have Team Ireland. Main trimmer and captain of the team is Nin O'Leary. And we have the hot shots of the Irish is Cian Guilfoy. This is your lineup for the Irish team. Moving right along, Team Serbia. Helmsman and team captain, Goran Stevorovic. And the hot shot for this team is the tactician, Nikola Marjanic. And now we're going to go straight onto the water because we are already, ladies and gentlemen, underway, and we are in the starting sequence.
Yeah, there's only around 3 minutes and 20 seconds to the start, so we are going straight into it. And right now, they're already positioning themselves for having a great start. And see, it looks like they have some great wind out there. So interesting how this battle will unfold.
Yeah, it is a rather light wind day today. However, the wind is now coming from the west, so we will be sailing the first leg. The upwind beat is going to be sailing actually south on this lake.
Then they're going, it's the classic race format. They're going up to a top mark, around an offset mark, down to a gate mark, and then up again and towards the finish line.
That's right. They're going up and down, and right now, I mean, we are 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the start. It is the moment that all these teams have got to get together and They've got to figure out what they want to do, and I'm sure they've already had a little bit of tactics and they've already have a plan out together.
And the rest of the team are looking into it as the spectators. This is very important to see what happens in the other group, but also to learn how the wind conditions are so they can see.
Yeah,
and
so
follow
here
it.
we see the other teams that are on the spectator boat that are going around the starting line. We have 1 minute and 50 seconds until we get started. Let's concentrate on the race at hand here. We've got the boats. Everybody is lining up. It seems as though they want to there is going to be no port start on this. On this, everybody will be on the starboard tack. It's very important, as we said on the first race, right now to set themselves up. They're all sort of, gauging one another, trying to figure out what they want to do, get in position for that final minute. 1 minute and 23 seconds. They're not far off the line, so they are relatively close. We're going to probably see them slow down real quick.
It's quite early on they're coming up here, and you can also see they're attacking and tacking because they're too close to the starting line at the moment, and that's a big issue. So let's see how they're battling out. It takes around 40 seconds to come up there, 1 minute from this position.
Estonia is in a very powerful position. They're the leeward boat, which means they pretty much have control, and they're making sure that they keep control.
There's a small pushing over there. See, they're pushing one of the boats outside.
Yeah, it looks like the Irish are fighting up there against the the Serbs. Yeah, it looks like Serbia is getting pushed out. Are they going to have to bear away, tack and go around, or are they just going to wait until everybody bears off? It looks like they're going to wait until everybody bears off, but they're getting stuck with the other boats. Estonia has got a very good position. 26 seconds left to go, and Estonia has got a wonderful position. They've got clear water underneath them. They could just go right down there. I mean, the line is neutral. They can get some speed up, and they won't be bothered by anybody else.
Is that a full start we have there already?
Oh, is that a... If it's a P flag, it may be all right now. It looks like... we didn't see that because we were in there. Estonia, look at them. Massive amounts of speed. Serbia, Ireland.
And the
So
start
that's
is
a false start right there. We saw a false start for Belgium. Belgium has got to go around. That's going to make it very, very difficult for them to get back into the game.
But quite a battle also seeing it when we're going to see the replay. You saw the Team Ireland and Team Serbia were battling each other all the way up to the committee boat, and they need to make a little bit room and sail across. And then Team Belgium somehow got too much speed into it, and now they're back in the race.
Yeah,
it looks like a bad start, but they have a chance to come back here.
Yeah, it's not over, right? It's not over until the end. We've seen some unbelievable comebacks. But here, I mean, definitely the Estonian team here with the best start. I mean, just absolutely wonderful. They had loads of room underneath them. They allowed them to get some speed, and there it is. They've got some speed. They're going faster than the Irish, and well, we saw yesterday, the Irish really do know how to do this. Let's take the replay here of the start. Look at that. Estonia with plenty of water down there. Obviously, Belgium not able to be able, and there you go, number one, telling them go, 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 go. Yeah. And we see the flag that went up at the same time as the green and white checkered flag. That means individual recall. So we were definitely under the P flag rule. Belgium is going to come back. They're not out of it. They just took a false start. So yeah, they're a little bit behind right now, but they can make it all up.
But they are really side by side, and see this beautiful picture. Oh, Team Ireland is attacking away, going to the opposite side.
Absolutely.
They didn't want to be in that wind shadow. They got caught there, so they need to tack away.
Absolutely forced. And the next ones that are going to be forced to tack away are, I believe, is the Serbian team. Yeah. If they fall behind on that wind shadow of the Estonians, they will have to, and it just kind of looks like they are falling.
Yeah, it's all about which side they're on the boat here, but let's see if they're
definitely in their wind shadow. There is no choice. They will have to tack. Now they might be waiting for the Estonian team to go, but the position they're in right now is a terrible position. They're just losing speed. There we go.
The attack came. Yeah, all right there, Jan. You really look into it. It's great to have this tactics with it on board. But see, Estonia straight away tacks with them. They want to cover them up, so we already have a small match race.
You don't leave your opponent. You don't leave your opponent to go to the other side. You want to stay with your opponent. You're on top of them. You want to be controlling. Stay between your opponent and your objective, and you have a chance to stay out in front. Now they are on a port tack, and we're seeing a starboard tack boat coming in.
That's Team Ireland. They are actually attacking the two other boats. Will Serbia go behind them? Yeah, they need to bear away. It's a great move by Team Ireland here in this case.
That's pretty impressive because they have one more tack. Now, will we see Team Estonia tack underneath Team Ireland and try to push them back off? Yes, here it is.
It's a great move
Team
by
Estonia.
Team Ireland there. Yeah. Slowing down two boats, but see, Team Serbia needs to go to the opposite side now. They need to go to the right-hand side to find some wind because this battle they already lost a lot of meters, so they need to gain some.
Yeah,
some
this
speed.
is where really it's unbelievable. The Irish have such amount of speed. They have. We were talking about VMG earlier this morning. They have the speed and they have the angle to the wind. It's just unbelievable. Look at that. They've done one more tack than these guys. Now they're coming in with speed and they're just going to
now we're
overtake
seeing
them.
Team Belgian, Jan. They're now back in the lead because of this battle in between the three other boats. They have been sailing on the left-hand side unnoticed with wind and then speeding up. Great maneuvering by them. And you can see here Sebastian looking over the other ones. Ooh, quite good by him here.
Yeah, very good. I mean, obviously, this is oftentimes we say, to win the war, you got to win the battle, and to win the battle is not winning the war, right? So, I mean, obviously, Team Belgium here, they have done many less tacks, and so they were just able to just cruise straight over, and we'll probably see that if we look at the tracker points from the beginning. They've done less tacks, they've got more speed, and they've managed to come back.
Yeah, and now when we're talking about these tacks, when we're watching here over, every time they tack, they lose momentum.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and this is why these tacks are so damn important, not doing too many of them. So here we can really see Team Belgium, one tack, and that was the starting tack, and the rest of it, they've been sailing straight
I'm
up.
not even sure they tacked.
No.
I think they just took a start and they just went straight over. Because the other ones started closer to the pin end, but they didn't tack. So now they're back in the game. Unbelievable. They're leaders right now.
Yeah, but Estonia is getting more speed. Are they throwing wind shadow at them at the moment? See here, they're really looking into the sails. They're keeping their eye on the sails because it's all about filling those sails with wind so they can speed up. It's not like a speedboat where you just can set on the motor and sail straight out. You really need to hit the wind and then you need to zigzag all the way up towards the top mark.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they've got Ireland, that it's just breathing down their neck.
Yeah. But I have to say one thing. I'm also at the same time watching the tracker at the moment. And right now, you can see Estonia. They're pushing all the other boats all the way to the ley line on the left-hand side. And that's an interesting battle because in the middle, we have Team Ireland. And they actually have to right away when the other one is tacking towards the top mark. And they're coming to that now. And is that Estonia attacking into Ireland? I think. And Ireland straight away reacts and tack towards the top mark also. Interesting battle coming up.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting. We see we have a right-hand shift. Everybody has decided to go to the left-hand side of the race course. Seems maybe a little bit more pressure. Anyways, the boats are so close right now. I mean, whether at this point we're not really talking tactics, we're more talking about, I guess the tactic right now is more about trying to cover your spot, trying to get in between your opponent and the mark, and at least, definitely having the speed because, I mean, when we compare, I mean, I always talk about the Irish. I mean, it's just impressive.
Yeah, and here you can see what we're talking about, the zigzag. Serbia is doing a bigger angle, sailing faster, but they're sailing a longer distance towards that top line. And see, Estonia is pressing Belgium all the way outside of the ley line. And Belgium, they're attacked right now, so Estonia needs to react. But they need to put their angle towards the top mark, so they're speeding a little bit up and sailing a longer distance. Interesting battle coming in.
Yeah, and basically what they've done is they've gone beyond the ley line. You should know that it is allowed to go approximately 100 meters past the ley line. That is considered as normal. If you go beyond that, you risk having a penalty that's actually in the racing instructions.
Oh, cool. But if you're new to sailing and you haven't watched it before, the ley lines, it's the optimal angle towards the top mark they're sailing to. So that's according to the wind at the mark at that point. So they are using the ley lines in mathematics. They can't see it on water. We can see it here in graphics to actually steer towards the marks and hit them straight away. And then we have some special rules at the mark. But here's the battle. See how beautiful Estonian team with the Belgian team here side by side.
Yeah, it is absolutely unbelievable. And you know who I would really like to get their opinion here? I would like to ask Marco what's going on and what is he seeing out on the water, because, you know, it seems like we definitely have a right-hand side shift, but everybody's sailing on the left. Marco, can you fill us in, please?
Yeah, hi guys. Great to hear your voice again, finally. So what we seem to have here is just Estonia and Belgium just sailing side by side, and the other couple formed by Ireland and Serbia. They're on the same port tack, but it seems like Estonia has a favorable shift, or they're trying a high mode. I can't really tell very well, but they're sailing much, much higher than Belgium. And now as we're approaching the mark, we're going to see that Estonia is going to be very close to it, so their starboard tack will be much shorter, whereas Serbia, who is, I think, no, not yet. Serbia and Ireland are going to have a much longer starboard tack, and so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here at the top mark. It's a bit tough to read the wind coming down the race course since it's against the light, and it's really tough to kind of spot those dark patches, but I'm confident that all the tacticians are doing their utmost best to get their boats around the race course as fast as possible.
Thank you very much, Marco. That is some great information, and we will get back to you in not too long here. We definitely want to get some information from you and get your point of view. Just want to remind the viewers that you are on the race course, and you've got a wonderful view from your boat, and you can really let us know what's going on, as opposed to us sitting here in the commentary booth.
And now the tack from Team Ireland is coming in, and this is interesting because Team Ireland now has to ride away, means that they're coming from starboard, Estonia is coming from port side, the same with Belgium, and it's all about speed now, because if you're looking here, you can almost imagine how the angles the boats will meet when they're coming at the top mark, so it's all about who's capturing the wind speed best. But it looks like Estonia and Belgium is doing a great job, but Ireland coming in with speed. See,
yeah,
they're really fighting.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely crazy here. I mean, with 267 meters to go until we get to the windward mark. Here we go. Ireland and Serbia, they are both on starboard tack, so they have the right of way over Estonia and Belgium. Estonia, it's looking like they might be able to just tack in front of Ireland.
It's going to be a close call. 60 meters, 50 meters, getting closer and closer. And we have to remember that's from bow to bow. Oh, is that an early tack from Estonia? Are they under pressure?
Are they on the ley line? Is that Ireland that went slightly over ley line? Yeah. We'll see. It looks like I'm sure Estonia would not have tacked if they weren't lined up on the ley line.
But see, Team Belgium needs to go behind, and now Serbia is coming in and pressuring
There we go. We've got a great. There we go. Wow, what a drone shot. That really tells you the story right there. And we see, you know, everything these guys are doing up to this point is to get here, is to get to this weather mark. This first leg is just so important. And now they're going to be bearing away, and they're going off to what we call Mark 1A, which is the offset mark, doing small dog leg, as we call it. Here we go. So they're getting off to that second mark right there, and now you're going to see the spinnakers start to come up. Now what we want to see here is we want those spinnakers, oh look at that, they're already sneaking that spinnaker slowly. They don't want it to set.
Too early.
They don't want it to set too early. There we go. And now it's going full speed. Look at the grinders in the back there, going up, 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 up. Oh, wonderful. Spinnaker's up, jib is down. They haven't, I mean, the back of the boat hasn't even...
Oh, what's happening there?
Oh, they're going for a jibe. They're going for a jibe. They're going for a jibe. There we go. Oh, look at that. And dropping in the middle of the jibe. What a move. What a move. That is amazing. All right, so now we've got a split up here at the top mark.
And then Team Belgium and Team Serbia is coming in at the same time also. And those two are so close to each other that they're actually having a battle with each other.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
that was amazing. That's great. You know how hard it is to do that? You know how hard it is to do that? That's unbelievable.
So great move by Ireland. See here how they're also trimming the sail. They're pulling in it, and they're trying to find wind. And now it's exciting. Is there most wind in the right-hand side or the left-hand side? Will it go with Ireland or will it go with Estonia? Because we saw the last race, suddenly the wind disappeared.
Yeah, let's see. It's just, wow.
It looks like Estonia is having the wind with it. You can see how the meters are increasing.
It looks like the two back boats there, they're going the same way here. They're on a starboard tack. I think the Belgians and the Serbs are also on a starboard tack.
They are, but what a battle. You can see it here. They're actually splitting away, and Serbia and Belgium is fighting each other there behind. And Belgium trying not to be caught in wind shadow and losing momentum to Team Serbia. So way to go by all squads here. That's a huge battle we have here.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's just crazy. I mean, Belgium took a false start, had to go around the committee boat, and now they're back into it. They were in first place for a little bit. They're in third place. This is exciting stuff. This is exciting stuff. I love it.
And this is what we've been waiting for. And you can see Estonia, they're really looking into the water.
Here we go, jibe for Estonia.
At the jibing now, they are. Oosh, they need to capture Ireland on the opposite side. There might be more wind over there. Even they're winning a little bit momentum. And you can see a jibe costs around 8 meters, 9 meters it's costing in speed. So 9 meters different every time they jibe if they do it correctly, as we just saw here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's going to be very good. So keep in mind we still have some light weather. So as you can see, we've got some crew, which is on the leeward side.
They're just looking. You can see the tactician keeping an eye with the boats behind, but he's really looking into Team Ireland over there. What are they doing? Because when Team Ireland is going to jibe, then the battle starts again. Once again, it's all about who has the right of way when they're coming close. And with 80, 90 meters, everything can happen in the next jibe.
Yeah, and then who we just saw right there with the number 10 on his back is Toniste. And
there's the jibe coming in now. So now the battle is on. There's still a battle for third and fourth, but first and second is also battling out. It's all about how good Ireland is. So let's cross the fingers.
So you said 9 meters, right? And this is about what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
Ireland is coming back. They're on a port tack. Here we have Estonia. Here we go. We were just talking about the number 10. He's the tactician. So you'll see him. He'll be looking outside the boat. There you go. He's looking at his competitors. He's going to be looking at the water, seeing what's happening.
It's getting closer and closer. You can just see these pictures. And you see Team Ireland, they are all docking down, putting weight in front of the boat. They need some speed there. So it's very light wind conditions, but they're coming closer and closer. See, they're winning momentum on the meters now.
Yeah, having the weight in the front actually picks the back of the boat up, and it just like in car racing, the less drag you have, the faster your boat will go. So every little thing on that boat counts, including to where you put your 70, 80, 90 kilos. Maybe, these are Irish boys. I think it's more like 90 to 100 kilos. But
they are winning. They are really winning momentum now. That's 28 meters until now, 30 meters now.
Yeah, it looks like they're in the pressure. Gaining. I mean, if they're gaining like that, they must have seen a little bit of pressure, and that's why they went off to the left-hand side.
But see, Estonia has a bigger angle on it, so they're speeding up, sailing a longer distance towards the gate mark. But all boats, as it looks like, it needs to do an extra jibe to come into the gate mark. All of them, because right now they're going to the right-hand side of the course, the left side of what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, we're at 850 meters down to till we get to the leeward gate. And we definitely see that. So if we have a right-hand shift, generally we want to be going down on the left-hand side. So I think Estonia were playing the tactical game, and Ireland were probably playing the pressure.
Another jibe,
and that's why we're seeing Ireland coming back right now. Look at that, just dropping down. We're at 80 meters. 79, keeps getting down further. So they've got maybe a little bit more pressure on that left-hand side. But keep in mind, they still have to jibe to get to the gate.
It's quite interesting battle having here. Also, it's almost like a match race in behind with Belgium and Serbia. But right now, we are at the boat of Estonia. And you can see it's light wind. They're all pushing it there. We have the battle. See, it's all about. And Serbia is coming in closer and closer to Belgium, trying to avoid that wind shadow. But Belgium is in control.
yeah, the Serbs definitely cannot let the Belgium team get away from them. Besides, their wind shadow wouldn't be strong enough to affect Ireland or Estonia. So there is a battle going on for 3rd and 4th place, and we'll keep an eye on that. And let's keep a look here at this battle. It's steady around 80 meters. And you can see that that yellow line right there, and that is actually the ley line for the leeward gates. So we should be expecting a jibe anytime soon.
And just as you said there, the first jibe is coming. That's from Team Estonia, but it's a little bit early. It's
Matching
just
jibe.
on the mark, and Ireland is following it. So great defense by Estonia here in the lead. And now the magic comes, because they need to round the gate mark. Will they take left-hand side or right-hand side? And that's all about where the wind is. Until now, the wind has been in the right-hand side when they're going upwind.
Yeah, I would think they would take the right-hand side to go get. It looks like the pressure was on the right. The wind shift is on the right. For me, I would go to the. If it was me, I would go to the right. But you know, I'm not on those boats.
But the tactician leaning over the side to see where is that mark. Are we too early? Are we too late?
It's tough to see. You know, we could see it. We could see it right here. I mean, look at that. You can't see anything. That mark is just right over there, over that winch, over that. Just right above that winch. I mean, it's really difficult. These spinnakers are just ginormous. I mean, you know, it's 240 square meters of total sail area when everything is up. That's 2,580 square feet of sail for 3.7 tons. That's in metric. That's 8,160 pounds. So that's a lot of sail area for a very light boat.
And you just see here we are at Team Belgium. They are looking great here with Team Ireland, but Belgium is winning the battle against Serbia. They just came in the front, avoiding that wind shadow, and also avoiding that Serbia could come on the opposite side and throwing it on them. So they keep them behind themselves and gaining meters, 60 meters, but 60 meters nothing.
Look at how they're slowly walking across the boat, making sure that they're not shaking the sails or anything. And notice how they're sitting to leeward and forward. So they're doing two things. They're getting a little bit of boat heel, right, so that you have less of the hull that's touching, and they've got their weight forward. All right, let's concentrate here on what's going on here.
Estonia might take the left-hand side. It looks like they're going for the left, so there's more wind on the left side than the right. So they're seeing something on the water that we are not seeing at the moment.
Yeah, I think what they really want to do is they don't want to stop their boats. I think that they probably prefer to keep the speed, keep the momentum, than to have to do a jibe, a drop, go around, go get some speed. So they're just keeping the momentum, keeping that boat going.
Belgium coming in with speed, and actually Belgium had to right away if they were closer to the mark. And there are some special rules at the gate mark, especially here in the left side.
Now take a look here, what's going to happen, right? They've had to jibe, they've had to take down their spinnaker, and now they're going to have to turn real hard. Look at the difference in speed now with Ireland, and now look at the difference in speed with Belgium. They have to turn real tight here. They're going to be much slower coming out of that. And I think that's exactly what Estonia wanted to avoid by perhaps going to the other route.
Yeah, and you can see Serbia, as you just described, is totally stopped in that movement. And the SSL 47 is a quite special boat when we are looking into the speed. When you lose your speed, it takes really long time to gain it again. But when you first has gained speed and kept the speed, you can actually overpower quite well, quite fast in it. So it's interesting how they will come back in. But yes, you said 13 seconds in difference. It's interesting to see the meters. Ireland looks like a little bit faster than Belgium, but we saw the first upwind leg. Team Belgium did a great job.
Yeah, Estonia kept that speed up. It's clear there. They've built up there. They've gotten 20 meters more over Ireland. Now we see that there's the Belgium team and the Serbian team have caught back up with Ireland. It's just making really for some exciting races. Oh, Estonia has tacked.
Interesting call here, and you can see there's a lot of wind in their sails, and they're actually pushing the sails quite good. So will the other follow them, or is this just a tactical, and not, I have to say, good thing they have been seeing the tactician there, because last time we saw Ireland going to the right-hand side.
Oh, they're attacking again. That's going to cost them in speed right there.
Or is it to pressure Ireland and trying to push them because now they're in start?
You know what happens on this lake when it's coming out of the wets, it's very, very shifty. and they're actually sailing relatively close to the southern part of the lake. And it gets real shifty, so they're probably playing the shift, is what we're seeing.
So right now, oh yeah, they are, because Ireland also attacking in towards the middle. Maybe the fleet wants to keep themselves in the middle because of this shift, because when we have the overview on, we can see they are actually placed in the middle of the racetrack right now, or trying to go into the middle. So great stuff here, but it's a battle of the wind right now. Who's reading this race map or race course the best right now?
Yeah, it definitely looks like now we've got a little bit more pressure here. If we're looking, we've got a couple more crews that are hiking. There we go. We're looking at attack from Ireland,
but that was Belgium behind there. So correct here. They're all on the same tack. Great move here by them, and see those beautiful pictures. Wind in the sails. These huge sails capturing that wind, and none of them are bluffing. So they're doing a great job out there.
But it's really interesting to look at the different ways that they're setting up their sails. We see the Irish, they have their sails very flat main sail, as opposed to some of the others, and so this is probably one of the reasons why they're able to get maybe a little bit more angle to the wind, etc. It's very interesting. If you look at the main sails of these boats, you could tell that the different settings that they have.
But it's a hard time for them out there, because until now we have 4 tacks upwind. And all the other races we had here in the SSL Gold Cup qualification, they have been doing maximum 2 tacks. So there is something with the wind out there. Or are they pressuring each other? Is Estonia just trying to control the race and follow the others? Or are they going for a race themselves? That's quite
I think they're
interesting.
following the shifts, and if it kind of seems to me like we're back. The wind has come back a little bit to the left, so it's shifted back left. But it's really patchy. Like I said again, when got a lot of land that's surrounding us. Earlier this morning, we were a little bit further north on the lake. Back behind over there, you can see it's a little bit wider, and it has a tendency to be a little bit smoother. The wind is less knocked around before it. Right here, we're closer to the land, and so we get these shifts, and we tend to have differences in angles and differences also in pressure. So it makes for a real tricky sailing.
And it's also quite tricky because the wind conditions are light. What do we have? 6 knots of wind up there, maybe, in the wind pressure, and that's actually changing. They're racing with this VMG, and the Polar is changing how they need to sail these boats, and that's amazing, because actually when the wind pressure is going higher up, they need a smaller angle to power up the boat, but when the wind pressure is going down, they need a bigger angle, and actually there's 10 degrees in difference in those 2 movements.
Yeah, so let's recap that just a little bit for all of you that are joining us. That is morning for you. We realized that we started here pretty early, and over on the other side of the world, obviously, you were all still asleep. So we would talk about VMG, so velocity made good. Basically, velocity made good, to make it simple, is do we go straight to the buoy slowly, or do we go a little bit more distance, but we sail a lot faster? So what's better, going slower and going less distance, or is it going faster and going more distance? So this is always the question, the battle that these guys are doing, and this is when we're talking about a high mode or a low mode. This is exactly what we're talking about. So right here, we've getting differences in the amount of wind that's coming in, which makes differences in the way you want to sail your boat. So less wind there is, you do have to make those boats go forward.
Yeah, and there we see Team Belgium going behind the Irish boat, doing another attack. They actually got caught by the Irish boat there behind. The Irish has been controlling them. So will they attack the Irish, or will the Irish continue more to the right-hand side and then tack towards the top mark? That's quite interesting. It looks like here, when we're looking, Team Serbia is going all the way to the ley line in the right-hand side, trying to capture the win. But see Belgium going away from Ireland, but Estonia and Ireland is also going to the right-hand side. Interesting battle. See there, Team Serbia, they're looking for wind. They're trying to capture it. See, they're looking everybody out there, even the helm and the captain is doing it.
Yeah, and the reason why they're sitting down there is because they don't want to stop the flow of wind.
Yeah. And right now we can see the score here on the left-hand side as it is right now.
Yeah, this is the projected score right here. As if this were to be the case right now, if they were to finish like this, we would have Estonia with 11 points, Ireland with 10, Serbia with 5, and Belgium with 3. But there is something very interesting that's happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
Something very interesting. On the very last race, it's going to be double points. So as we stand right now, if you finish first, you get 4 points, second, third, 2, fourth, 1 point. Tomorrow, it'll be double. So it'll be 8-6, 8-6-4-2, 8-6-4-2. So, you know, the way it is right now, anybody can still get back into the game.
Yeah, but when we're looking at this overall, it looks like when we commentated just 1 minute ago that Team Serbia was out of this race and losing everything. Belgium did attack going to the left-hand side, where the rest of the fleet went to the right-hand side, and Team Serbia have just been keeping that course, and now soon they will tack towards the mark, and they're now in the lead in front of Belgium. So it looks like the Belgian team lost momentum. There's less wind in the left-hand side.
Okay, look here, look here. Maybe we see all the guys shift back up to try to get the boat to flatten out and get a little pump out of it. Just earlier, just as you were talking, we saw the number 1 in an aerodynamic position, laying down on the front, just making sure that there's the least amount of drag as possible. Obviously, the skipper obviously needs to stand up and see what's going on. But look at everybody else. Hunch down, least amount of drag as possible.
But see here, it just looks like Estonia lost wind. There's no wind pressure when they're going towards the top mark. So maybe Team Belgium will come back in this race, because when the other ones are attacking, Estonia's angle, that's why. See the angle here.
Look at the difference between Estonia and Belgium. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, there definitely is a huge left shift on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And on the left, where the Belgians are, they're 2 different winds. Yeah. So this is, you know, when we were talking about having different wind conditions, there we go. Now, is that, have they really
they're straighten up. They're now on the ley line, but they're losing momentum at the moment. But see Team Ireland going very far out of the ley line, and now they are getting a bigger angle towards the mark and gaining more speed, but sailing a longer distance. So quite interesting if they can speed up. Team Belgium now in second, so it might pay off going to the opposite side, side of the race course, and then following the ley line up there. And then but they have one issue. They are in port tack, so all the other boats has to ride away.
Yeah, unbelievable what Team Belgium has been able to do. I mean, they've got it's just a rebound. Yeah. They just keep rebounding back, coming back. You think you're out, you think they're out, and they just keep on coming back. It's just unbelievable.
You can almost see it here, how they're coming in. Can you see Ireland's angle towards you can see the yellow line is the ley line, and there Ireland have a more sharp or bigger angle towards the mark. So they're speeding up according to Estonia. And if you're looking up there, they're not catching more wind, so Estonia's under the ley line.
180 meters, 180 meters until we get to that windward mark.
Yeah, but see here, you can almost see on the graphic, Estonia needs to do a double tack if they're unlucky, or else they need to slow down. Team Belgium coming in with speed, Ireland coming from the outside. Estonia might be in trouble. They're losing 9 to 10 meters for every tack they're doing. So that's 20 meters in total, Leon.
This is crazy. Look at this. Well, let's see what's going to be happening here, because for the time being, it all looks good and well, but they still have to do one more tack and bear away.
See, they're slowing down now.
They're all coming back up at the same time, trying to get a little bit of riding moment. Looks like they've got more pressure right up there.
Yeah, and another tack. That's a double tack around the mark, and they're not hitting the mark. No, great rounding there. Interesting if they can speed up and without the other ones coming in, but you can see Ireland more straight in.
Yeah, they're stuck back there. They didn't have very much wind.
No, they took a chance. But the win was with Estonia. So actually great move by the Estonian team in this case. And they're Belgium coming in, and they have an issue. Ireland have to ride away, so they need to go behind or slow down.
Okay, let's look at this again. This is great. We see that the wind is dying. Look, there we go. They haven't gotten to the mark yet, and they're already putting up their spinnaker. As soon as they get to the mark, they bear away, put the spinnaker up. Look at that. Take it down, take it down. There you go. That's your number 1, the bowman right there. Look at that. Not even a boat length. And the spinnaker is up. It's full.
It's an amazing job they're doing there. And now it's the race towards the finish line.
And they go straight with a jibe.
Interesting call. Last time they went to the right hand side instead of in the start here, and now Team Ireland coming in. Will they jibe with them?
Look, they're doing the same move again. Oh, they're having a hard time. Having a hard time getting that spinnaker sheet to get the spinnaker over on the starboard side. Now they're going to be port, so they're, that's a hard move. You're doing a lot of things. As you see, Estonia decided to set their spinnaker. Once the spinnaker was set, then they jibe. Ireland, they're taking much more risks.
Yeah, and now
by doing an immediate jibe.
Only 20 seconds behind.
Here we go. The Belgium have got to do something. They're going to try to do the same move as the Irish. Let's see if they're as good. Let's see if they can get it done.
It's the same move.
Spinnaker is going up. Jib is going down. Just make sure it's not going to be a big mess. It's looking good. Well done. Well done. What a great maneuver. With so little wind, it is so difficult to not get everything to just bound together and make one big knot up there.
Yeah, and let's see, this is quite interesting. It looks like they're sailing like pearls on a string, but the boats from behind has the advantage here. So can Team Ireland capture Estonia in the race towards the finish line, and will Team Belgium in that battle get closer to them? It looks like Serbia is a little bit out of the race. They really need to come in with something in that mark rounding. But here we can see it.
Yeah, as you said, it's the boat that's behind that's going to get the wind first. When everybody's sailing downwind, the wind is coming from behind. So whoever's the last boat actually has shall we say the greatest advantage in terms of catching the wind, and can then come back. So what's really difficult right now is for Estonia to keep themselves out in front and make sure that they don't get attacked, and to make sure that that Ireland, even though they will catch the wind before they do, they can't, they can't pass them. But look at this. Look at Ireland.
It looks like Ireland is getting more speed into that sail.
There we go.
That Estonia. They already captured 10 meters.
Yeah.
So interesting call there.
Ireland is bow down. It looks like they've got a little bit more speed. You can see right there that little dark patch that they're sailing in. That's a little puff right there. Look at the distance, 67,
meters,
64,
great.
60 meters. Now they've got to do something here. So Estonia is jibing, so they're going to lose.
Yeah, that's around 12 meters, maybe 40 meters when they're jibing. Let's see how perfect they did it. And see they're jibing in here.
Jibing, they're going to be on starboard. Now, Ireland, what they'll probably do is they'll jibe right along with them.
Yeah, then they can throw wind shadow at them here. Or they will go behind and take the race because they have a lot of wind. Let's
nope,
see.
They didn't follow.
No.
So that's not the plan. Let's see what they decide to do.
Oh, there's more wind at Estonia's side. See, they're gaining meters again. It's a great move by Estonia, and Ireland can see them just slip away again. So will they jibe? They are in less wind. It's almost like seeing Bermuda in the first race today in the lead, but here's the second position, and Belgium coming in from behind, just waiting for Ireland, losing momentum.
Yeah, Belgium ready to pounce. I mean, they're just back there. They're looking at what's happening in front, etc. They would like for Estonia and Ireland to start fighting one another so that they can just get in there and perhaps take over and get that second place. Get those so important points. I mean, they don't have very many points. They've been a little bit, they've had a couple issues. They haven't been putting those points on the scoreboard. So this is really important for them.
But it's a very interesting split, because now when we see this top view here, when we go into the tracking system, we know that the ley line is much closer to Team Ireland than Estonia. Estonia is sailing a very long distance. They are in the middle of the racetrack, and maybe they might go in and do another jibe, and that's almost 3 jibes already down.
Yeah, I think we're looking into a jibing duel here. This is sort of what it's looking like. Here we go. They're going with another jibe. Oh, they've given everything they can. They got 2 people on that grinder. When it's really light winds like that, you don't necessarily need to have 2 people on the grinder. the fact that they've got 2 people on the grinder just shows the determination that they want to get that spinnaker over there as fast as possible.
And you can also see they're looking after Team Ireland. Team Ireland has kept that, the course, but losing a little bit of momentum. So right now they are winning the jibing battle, Estonia here, the Estonian squad. But let's see, they're coming downwind. Team Ireland still continue, and it looks like Ireland has done a jibe, and now Estonia is jibing again to protect that position. So that's interesting.
So I think now we can stop counting the amount of jibes. I mean, I've lost count of the amount of jibes at this point.
5 already for Estonian team, so that's amazing. But Ireland only have been doing 3. So there we go.
Well, you've been keeping count.
Yeah, that's the thing in the mathematic world. We can see it.
I've never been good at maths.
No, but interesting call here. Estonia winning momentum, and see now Belgium is winning on the Irish team. So what is happening behind? Team Ireland is following Estonia. Serbia is going opposite, but where is Belgium hiding? They're also following track. It looks like they are going the same way as the Irish.
Belgium's catching up,
Estonians.
100, 200, 196.
Much better ankle. See the ankle.
Yeah, you can just see that coming down like that. So we're definitely getting some wind shifts that are coming in there.
Interesting here.
Belgium is coming back. This is the final leg. This is leg 4 of 4. So 770 meters, and we'll be at the finishing line.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to fight over the finish line. Maybe some of the teams needs to blow with their mouth to get extra wind into that finish line. It's going to be a very close one.
It's going to be a really close one. And right now it's a tactician's game. They're thinking, you know, how are we going to do this for those very last couple moments? I think it's going to be really interesting. It's really going to come down to the wire. Now it's really going to depend on Estonia if they can keep that 145 meters. What is the wind going to be doing? It looks like everybody's just bearing away and making a straight line for the for the finishing line. I hope we'll get a little bit of...
But I think we're going to have another jibe. The only one there is looking to have the right course there is Estonia. So Ireland and Belgium is going to fight for that second position.
Yeah,
it looks like Estonia is getting free here. They're
Look at
speeding
Belgium.
up.
They're coming back. Yeah. Right?
Throwing wind
Estonia
shadow.
now has brought their lead up to 150 meters. There's only 500 meters left to go, and there's less than 50 meters between Belgium and Ireland. Belgium could be attacking Ireland right here. Ireland has to be very careful. They now have to concentrate on not losing their second place. 450 meters left until we get to the finishing line.
Yeah, and here we see Team Estonia. It looks like they're a little bit more relaxed, but very focused. They are outside of the wind shadow and the pressure from the other teams. But
yeah, they
there's
look relaxed.
one big pressure. That's wind. That's wind.
They do look relaxed. No, they're good. I mean, they've got 160 meters now, so they're increasing their lead. 380 meters left till we get. Now let's look at Ireland and Belgium. Let's see if that lead is diminishing or increasing.
You can see here they're really aiming for that finish line. See how they're moving over the side, the tactician. They're just in the middle. It's very well timed. But as we discussed, see Team Ireland and Belgium, they are fighting who's in the best position when they're going to jibe the next one.
Yeah.
Interesting call here.
Interesting call. And let's make this one count, because this is going to be the last day, the last race of today. The wind is dying, and this is it. So that was our lured gate. They're going down through a lured gate. That is not the finishing line. The finishing line is between 2 boats, and as soon as they cross the finishing line,
they will come in there, and there is the finish line.
There's the finishing line. We've got the wonderful checkered buoy, making it very clear. So the finishing line is between that checkered buoy and a
they're
blue
losing
flag.
wind. Can you see the wind disappeared for Team Estonia? Are we going to be in a case where the Belgian team and the Irish team is coming with speed and then jibing in?
Is this a remake of what happened this morning?
Yeah, it might be, but it looks like Estonia is home safe, getting ready to cross that finish line and take a victory.
Ah, beautiful. Wonderfully well done. And it just looks like I think they're... Yeah, it's a good one right there.
It's a great move by them, and let's spin the drone around when they're crossing here. Here we can see the crossing coming in, and what's the rule? It's the bow coming in.
It's the bow. It's not the bowsprit. Those are new rules. Yes, there we go. It's done, Estonia. Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah. High fives on that team. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, that was wonderful. Smooth and fast, and well done. That was a very difficult race.
And now we're getting ready to the battle. It's Ireland versus Belgium, and I can see now we are looking at the happy winning team here, Estonia. But on the tracking, it's going to be very exciting. They are side by side, and Belgium is actually on the side where they have the wind shadow with them.
How close are they? We're not seeing a distance right now. We're seeing the finishing line. They're just going to appear. They're going to get right in there. This should be close because with the tracker system that we have.
Belgium in the picture. No, Belgium on the outside. Ireland on the inside.
Are they going to have to do another jibe before they get to the finishing line?
Oh, that might be the trouble here. But it looks like Ireland is surviving this one.
Or are they going to bear away and just barely sneak into it?
Oh, the wind
Remember this morning's race we had just about 1 meter difference. There was just about as much wind this morning. Yeah. And it was a difference about 1 meter. There we go. Concentration. I mean, anything can happen at this point. They've still got the lead, obviously.
Yeah, it looks like they're going in safe on this one. Belgium is too far behind. The wind really needs to disappear and closing by. But while we're seeing this, I can see Serbia is speeding up on the opposite side. See there, Team Serbia is coming from starboard tack. But it looks like these two boats are coming to the finish line. And interesting, it looks like Belgium is faster than Ireland. So will they do it on the finish line?
Oh, they're getting closer and closer, and if they get closer, and now they will have to jibe.
Yeah, there needs another jibe.
They'll have to jibe. If they can keep that speed up, they've got a chance.
Yeah, and it's all about when do they dare to jibe, because if they do it too late, then Ireland will win.
This is a snail's race, but this is the most exciting snail's race I've seen.
And Ireland is jibing. Now it's now or never. Who is having the speed? Because if these boats go into no speed, it takes dozen of time to speed up. Belgium waiting a little bit. They're not jibing yet. Are they going behind them?
I think they're going to go behind. They're afraid that they're going to get luffed.
Oh, let's see.
But that kind of kills them if they go behind.
Oh, we can't see it from the right angle. Oh, it's side by side. Oh, Ireland is trying to capture the win. Belgium's more speed. I know it's the turtle race, but it looks like the Irish is winning it. The Irish squad coming in second there.
There we go. Yeah, that jibe did it. Oh, there we go. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Unbelievable race. Boys, you can breathe. You can stand up and breathe now.
So finish in second, and you can see, are they doing another jibe over there? Yes, they are. They didn't hit the straight line into it, or else they're hitting the committee boat, and that will give a penalty.
Oh, no. What is this? Is this? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they need to jibe, not hitting the committee boat.
Yes,
and then it's interesting if Team Serbia is coming with speed, but it looks like a third place for Team Belgium.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're too worried about it here at Team Belgium. It doesn't look like they're worried about Serbia. That's going to be coming back in. Yeah. Well, that was a rather exciting race, even though it was probably one of the slower races that we've seen today. However, it's just amazing how these boats, with pretty much with so little wind, we saw the guys hiking. I mean, there was like 6 knots of wind, 4 knots, maybe 6 apparent.
Yeah. I was speaking with the captain, Sebastian, from the Belgian team, and he said to me, it's a little bit like sailing the dinghies, even it's such a big boat, because it speeds up so fast and you can maneuver it that way. And here we can see the case, and actually it is a little bit like the dinghies, because with such a low wind they're coming in. Here we're seeing Team Serbia crossing in. But I have to say, the Belgians...
Here we go, Team Serbia. Yeah. Let's congratulate Team Serbia. They stayed into the game the whole entire time. They definitely, towards the beginning here, they did have a pretty good start. They took some definite options. They tried some things. It didn't work out quite as they wanted. But here we go. So that's the race for you, ladies and gentlemen. This was the second race that we had today.
And one thing I need to mention here, now we're looking at the victors here, talking about how it went and everything, but Team Belgium, what a heroic fight they actually had. They needed that second place, so they really fought their way up. Now it's going to be a hard day for them tomorrow, even with double points, because it looks good for the Estonian squad and also the Irish squad that they might go into the next round, because with the first and second, that's how it's almost been for them in the whole event in all races.
It will be exciting tomorrow, but before we get to tomorrow, let's take a quick look at the replay of today's race. And we're on the water here with our on-water reporter. Do you have any information for us, Marco?
Yeah, I'm here with Tonu Tonista. He's obviously SSL Team Estonia captain, and they just came away with an amazing win. So, Tonu, another amazing performance by your team. How does this win make you feel?
Thank you. We are very happy because it was very difficult race. Wind was shifty. We were leading, but we feel soon 2 times that we lost our leading position. But on the end, everything was good, and we are very happy.
And so, how were you able to negotiate efficiently these very light conditions?
Yeah, you need to have patient, very deep, especially when the wind is shifty and with gusts. But yeah, we communicate with other, and everybody must be quiet. So yeah, we have a good skipper as well, Matti Sepp. So we managed good.
And so, what's the key to sailing these SSL 47s efficiently in the light breeze?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
The key aspect of sailing SSL 47 in very light breeze.
Sure, start is important. You need to make a good start with good speed, especially with light wind. You need always have a good speed. So find the right places and the right shifties, and sure, this team with Spinnaker, you need to sail so the right course.
And so, were you more focused on sailing off your opponents or sailing your own race?
Here, we looked our opponents as concurrents as well, very hard. But usually at first you sailing, you sail how to be the best sailing you feel, and then you began more and more look what the concurrents are doing.
And so, one final question. You sailed the SSL 47 in very strong breeze yesterday and very light breeze today. Which is your favorite?
Strong wind is maybe a little bit more easier. Then you can do yourself as well something. With light wind, you are only sitting sometimes, and you can do nothing. Only you lost the nerves.
Of course. Thank you, Tonu. Guys, any questions for Tonu from the studio?
Hey, thank you very much, Marco. We would just want to congratulate him. We thought it was just an unexceptional sailing that he's done, especially in this light wind, and keeping Ireland back. Okay, thank you very much, Marco. That was a great interview right there.
Yeah. And also confirming some of the things we have been discussing here in the studio, that he tried to keep the opponents on. That's why he did all these tackles, all these jibes. He did 6 jibes in total going downwind. Amazing.
Yeah, amazing with so little wind. You know, that was definitely, we could tell that he was really trying to stay between his opponent and his objective. Yeah.
But one of the things I actually got in that interview, or the results coming up here.
Yeah, let's talk about the results real quick. We've got Estonia with 4 points right now, because this is what they won. Ireland with 3, Belgium with 2, and Serbia with 1. You see they finished in 41 minutes, so we're really within our target time, and the last one finished approximately 45 minutes. So a 45-minute race. Good job on the race committee there for adjusting the race.
Yeah. And the time is not telling much of how exciting close this race was. Team Belgium 30 seconds after Ireland, but they were actually side by side. But that's giving an overall result.
The overall result right now, as we see with Team Estonia, which is leading the pack with 11 points. Team Ireland breathing down their neck with 10 points. Serbia and Belgium tied with 4 points. We see right there. So tomorrow, race 4, race 5, race 6. The last race that will be happening tomorrow is double points. So it's gonna now if the last 2 teams sail well, and especially on the last race, we could see the whole entire thing completely change. But as right now we've got the top 2 teams that look like Estonia and Ireland
coming
that
in
will
there.
that will be qualified
And
as it's standing right now. But nothing's done yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, I only have one thing from the interview I heard from the Estonian captain. He said, "We were all dead quiet. Why are they dead quiet? Because communication, coordination, and teamwork is very important. But when there's so light wind, there's a reason they're quiet.
Yeah, the reason they're quiet is because they need to concentrate. You know, you're listening to everything. And one of the things they're listening to is the sound of the water, which is passing along the hull of the boat. You could tell whether you're speeding up or whether you're slowing down, depending on how much, the noise that the boat is making. Anyway,
great.
That's
question.
it for us. We're going to have to leave you. We could keep talking about this for
ages.
for ages. We will see you tomorrow, and we are going to leave you on some of the best pictures that we've had today. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
you.